Hello, my family. I'm so sorry. We did get some technical issue, but I believe say they don't fix now and una they get we loud and clear. Fambulem, una good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depending upon whose side you they get we. Dear Abig, as I can always appeal to una all, this program, this net, na program where Salone they face a major constitutional dispute. And we all see, or plenty of we will be the watch. I sure say you get few people who will not be the watch the Salone news, but plenty of we the watch. We see few days ago where the speaker in a parliament again ruling. So this ruling a create tension in our country there. And the reason we make this particular program, I want to let it be extensively about that particular thing that will be happen, because unfortunately the politicians them most times where they talk about issues them and waiting they satisfy them party. The citizens them they can be last on the agenda. So we again, I want to make a disclaimer now, I'm not a lawyer, but I do extensive research, and we sister program we broadcast 2 days ago where the thing be happen. We broadcast now both YouTube, Facebook, and we also broadcast now TikTok, where now the Bold African Voice. And our Facebook, I see boku people in comment. And the last time I check, about 144,000 views. And then therefore a program where in 2 days for like gets that many views, and we know say Salone small, the population small, even on our English. But that tell we say we now the sister program we now the Bold African Voice, the BAV, it tell we clearly say Salone people concern about waiting they go on and they want for no more. So given that that program then up English, so me and my team we decide say, well, let a bring come to una back pakreo. So una we be the watch good for una because una gets the detail. I'm not go able to go through the detail, but I summarize the analysis there where we do now the Bold African Voice, BAV. And for people that we not watch that program date, that particular analysis there, I go encourage you to follow and watch them because it deal with the subject deep one. And also, today, this afternoon, then do a follow-up on this issue where, according to the topic where we craft me fambulem, we ask a question because we take say Salone constitutional showdown, no argument about that. But we also ask the question, we say the speaker versus the Supreme Court. Would I get the final word where it come to interpreting the Constitution? The speaker give you interpretation, and based on interpretation or your own understanding of one particular part of the Constitution, now make a pass na Parliament, even the way APC work out, a pass na Parliament. So now the bill for go to the president, and when the president sign up, it becomes law. For some people, them way, i.e. the speaker say, after they don't pass on a Parliament, it don't pass them and becomes law. So for people, we not fully understand the process. No, it not still be law. The president get for sign them before it be law. So now that side we dey for now. But what thing I want for let we talk about, by the way, me family, again for una we just join, I go encourage una for like una share. My name na Abdul Karim Kagbo. Yes, me profession, me an economist. So you go want to ask now, oh my goodness, this economist, waiting to talk about law. But the Constitution, now we all responsibility for read them in a way that we for able to understand. Una remember now the same lawyers then say ignorant of the law not to excuse, say meaning if you not sabi say na the law this na Salone, where that law they bet you know they get the excuse and say, oh, I not be no say na law. No. So now it make we where they read small very, very important, my brothers and sisters, for like we able for read and understand some parts them, we particularly the areas that we concern me and you too. We freedom and plenty other things them we directly get for affect we. So we need for know them boundaries then they. And I make it very important for let we take this particular show and the thing that they can talk about very seriously, because it can bet you. And I don't say I'm boku them, my brothers and sisters. Where it come pa then let we not say, oh, me, I'm not by politics, it don't matter to me. No, my brothers and sisters, I don't say repeatedly, the people the way they represent you in a parliament, now then get for they make laws them, we get for affect the way how you they live. We get for affect how much you go buy things them. We get for affect you picking a school fee. We get for affect even the freedom where you get at the country. Not to something where it can be automatical and can take them any time away from you. So for like you put people in where you believe say go get you back. It's very, very important. So now it make this particular show tonight now only one topic, and that's now this topic. We just they ask because the Supreme Court we know say bokutin don't happen. The last time the election, APC they say they go court way down there for test the Supreme Court, but this one, my brothers and sisters, we get boku things the way they in play, and we know say. In Africa specifically, election business, it can be a do or die affairs to the politicians them and to boku citizens them where they support, because they feel say the other government, if they not like this government, the other government where they come will make things them better for them. So now that make plenty people them then go do all kind of things and say, oh well, we go die or whatnot. No. So me famble them. Now, I want for set the stage. So the things them way I want for talk about, and I go line by line. Now then here. So me fumble them again. The speaker is passing ruling, and say where it on passing ruling so now final, and we get this headline. Constitutional ruling is final, cannot be interpreted by any court. Speaker Segepoh Thomas. Ifambulem, Again, I don't want for let they take them politicians here the word for like a Bible truth. We get what they call 3 arms of government. And the arms of government, then they check each other. I don't say that before, but I go say them again for the benefit of the people them where maybe that program they do not be listened to. You get the executive, where the head of that branch they are the president. And you get the legislature, and the head of that branch they are the speaker. And then you get the judiciary, where the head of that branch they are the chief justice. So according to the law, where na democracy where they practice, according to the democracy where they practice, and some of una go remember say, we take little bit of America then style, and then we take little bit of Britain then style. So we get like a mix of what they call presidential system of governance and parliamentary system of governance. I'm not going to go deep into them boku term then they them big term then they are not going to go into that. But I want to make them very clear, me fumble them, saying where the speaker talks say where the rule on the Constitution. I want to now underline that word of the Constitution. This not to ordinary laws then way Parliament they pass. This not the one way you go say the supreme law where under APC they be don't write since 1991. So they don't make some changes here and there, but overall that document it is intact. So for let the speaker say where he rule on that document it will be final. Nobody, including the Supreme Court, because it's saying any court not for interpret in ruling. Me fumble them. So this is very simple for tell we say the speaker they think say is supreme. Because for let's say, oh nobody, again, I want to make a qualification here on constitutional matter. It different from that one way Parliament they pass, where some people then go call them ordinary law. Some people then go say statutory law. And get different ways them where they call that. Then go call some people then go call them act, where na bill, where na legal or formal, I go say formal proposal, where be big bill. So you propose say I want for like una pass this, and when I don't pass them, you go through all the necessary stages them, it become act when a law. So any law where Parliament pass outside of the Constitution, now act. So now he make this one, then go say the Constitutional Amendment Act of 2025. Because now Parliament pass them, not to waiting originally they now the Constitution. I want to let people make them understand that difference there. So, but for let Parliament pass anything, it's very clear saying if they in line with the original document, the law, when the Constitution, when the supreme law of the land. I go come to the quote them, the areas them, where I go encourage people for read. So for like the speaker they say, it don't pass ruling on this law, and then a final. So it try for tell we naya say you not believe in that three arms of government. Because the three arms of government, as I said, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, are co-equal branches. So let us explain small how they're capable for check each other. Let's begin first from the president or the executive. I don't explain this, but I go explain them back. So the executive, where now the president and the cabinet, like the people them, where they run the government, the ministers them, and the presidents, now they are gbagba for that. So if the president try for do anything we go against within the Constitution, Parliament, they hold am for that. How did they hold am? Now, the law give Parliament the right for say, Mr. President, you not get that authority there for do it, you do so without Parliament not authorize anything. So if he insists, Parliament can say, well, this president, want for really go wayward. So let we all the parties them, this is not a one party no more, all the parties them, the Parliament can sit down, or all the members then a Parliament can sit down, including the paramount chiefs, and say, President, don't do this. We not get confidence Panam again. We believe, say, if we not treat him well, this man will become a dictator, and not to that country they want. Not to that na democracy. So they can decide, say, well, let them pass a motion for impeach him, waiting that they mean, for pull him a power. Parliament get the right for do that. They only need 2/3 majority. Where for right now, the total number of people in a parliament, where they represent the people of Salone, are 149. So forget 2/3 of that. Abdul Kagbo, we don't do the math. It will be 99.333. But again, we now one whole, because you know go say 0.3%. Now 1%. So you go round them to the closest whole number, we will be 100. So for let you get 2/3 majority now Parliament, given the current number of parliamentarians them, it will be 100 members for say yes. If you then say yes, that example I give, the president don't go wayward, like pull am in position. Parliament just need 100 MPs them out of the 149, then get the right. The Constitution give them the right there for pull the president. So that's one way Parliament they check the president, the executive. Now, for minister, very easy, the same thing. If any minister behave and then president no one for sack that minister or whatnot, the same thing. Then can just pass a motion of no confidence in that minister there, and waiting they can do after that, then just vote for pull that minister there. Parliament get that power there. Any government person, we like even judges. So Parliament, now that way they need check judges them power. If they see say a particular judge, they do things then we know they in line with the the way how things then they do, or the Constitution, whatever Parliament decide. Nobody no need for justify that. As long as they get the vote, it pass. So that's the Parliament, the way they check the executive and check the judiciary through the impeachment process for remove any of them people in there. And Parliament can call them for inquire and say, okay, well, we want to investigate this thing and stuff. We want to let you come before a particular committee and all that in a day. For the president, in an exception, they're not go able for bring the president and come say answer questions, because rightfully so, the president get boku things them for deal with. They not want for do anything we go distract them, because in na the papa of the country, we if war Canada country they na in get forget the final saying, because in na the waiting then go call even for the military. So in go be the agbagba. Now in go get the last word for let Salone go to war or anything a day. So for let they not distract the president, the Constitution say where he be president, not for and bring him into anything where you go want for asking question or things like that. But in the absence, unable for pass a motion for impeachment. So now I don't explain to Una how the Parliament they check the judiciary and the executive. But now let we go to how the president and the judiciary then they check the power we go say Parliament get. Let's begin first from the president, when are the executive, the head of the executive. How the president cable check Parliament power? Where Parliament like this the way they happen, so Parliament they don't pass them. So the president now, two things. I go come to the section we give the power day. But the easy thing is, when a member say for like it become law, the president for signer, it can simply say, no, I'm not going to sign this, and call them veto or veto power, whichever way you want to pronounce them. So that veto power there, it means say, if you not sign them, you not go able come for become law. So that na him na the way how the president can able check Parliament. Because not to just when they want to make any constitutional amendment to, even the ordinary laws them, the statutory laws them, still presidents get for sign them before then become binding, then become law. So if president not sign them, it not will be law at all. So now the judiciary, how the judiciary they check Parliament. And that's the show after where I explain when I go able for tell if within the speaker say are true or not. So now the judiciary, I will come to them parts, then they are just they give people a general explanation for let them able understand, because that ordinary person where this get for effect, you want to make sure say you yourself understand a little bit of it, not to for make it be something where you go say, oh, me a professor of law. No, even myself, me not a professor of law. But however, I do extensive research and not by English. So, and I kind of do research and search several sources then for help with interpretation. And no say yes, the Supreme Court, not them, the Constitution, give for interpret the law. So now, in terms of how the judiciary, how the court system, they able all Parliament to account, my brothers and sisters, like where they don't pass this bill so. The court, the responsibility, now for make sure say every bill we pass through Parliament and not violate the Constitution. So whether an ordinary bill whether na bill for change part of the Constitution or do not for contradict or violate any section of the Constitution. If that happen, then get evidence, whether don't look into everything, the record of Parliament and all that, they don't look into them in a day. The judiciary, if them believe, say, Parliament then do something where maybe they skip a step or they ignore particular side where the Constitution make them very clear, then again, I go play, give out, and let we hear what he say, and I go speak to that directly. I go begin show now areas there now of the Constitution where show otherwise. So waiting the court system go do now in that case then go simply again, they're not going to go na Parliament and say, oh, then go try for belittle the speaker or anything like that. So then go call for all the records, the vote, the questions them, and everything where people file to them and say they want for like the Supreme Court look into the matter. So if then people don't go through all the necessary filing, the paperwork, and nothing wrong with their paperwork there, then the Supreme Court go look into the case now, and if they see any evidence, say the speaker in this case, he says something or a ruling, he violate part of the Constitution, when are the major thing, it go declare, then go declare, the Supreme Court go declare the ruling of the speaker saying it's not constitutional, meaning it's not legally binding. So now invalid law. So then go strike him off the books of Salone laws them. So now that way the judiciary, they check Parliament. And the only, I repeat, the only body where the court, the Constitution recognize for interpret the Constitution. When I remember, the Constitution, not for interpret the procedures them, na Parliament to, if they're not trample upon the Constitution. Not to their responsibility that. So now the difference that, and I go show now specifically, but now the difference that between waiting Parliament they do, how do they run the affairs of Parliament, the judiciary get no hands for tell Parliament how for run that chamber day. For example, for vote, Parliament can decide, then get written and called standing orders, then procedures then they can decide, say, and give 5 minutes for let people do debate. And after the debate, they can call vote. And the vote, then can say, hey, nay. If that's not a procedure, unless somebody go to the Supreme Court and say that procedure it violate the right to whatever it is. Like law say the 2/3 majority, clearly, go by A and A, able no say na 2/3 of the people within the room, now they say A or nay. Go able do that. And the record not go able for authenticate that. So USAI is required, say if for be head count, people for vote, then they put them ballot, and also then count the votes them and all that. And also somebody can say, well, the A or nay, if I want to say no, but because the speaker say, well, all the people will say nay, like no, let us say, Dande by itself, somebody can take the speaker to task and saying it violate a right for secret ballot. So you wanna see how things, so the Supreme Court, if it get merit, can look into it and say this na sensitive issue for let that person not go through a situation whereby it go deem like it go affect them. Because law say if you want vote against your party by saying nay, the people then go here and turn and no say now you say nay. But like sensitive issues them, if you go put your ballot, they're not going to specifically say, now you say no to whatever subject or question they na the floor. So then they serve somebody able for bring them up. So things then like that. Now only then things then they where it come to the procedure, now parliament where guide them. The court now go. The speaker and the boss day. And anything we then do there, no courts no go trample up on that. So now the difference, the main difference that. So the other things them where I go deal with, again, it's all about this issue, me fumble them. And I don't talk about Honorable Indolo Givao in defense of the speaker, in interpretation of the constitutional amendment process. And he also sort of talk about the speaker, whether or not the speaker gets that constitutional privilege day for like go seek, let go approach the Supreme Court for opinion. I go touch on that, and where I play in video, we go through that. And he also argues, say, the APC MPs, the way they walk out of parliament is unlawful. That side, they are not going to touch them. Maybe we will make a video that we sister program after with all research thoroughly on that specific aspect today. I'm not going to touch on that today. I will just talk about the entire process and waiting will be the next step and all that. We will talk about that. And I will also talk slightly about ILRAJ and concern over the procedure used to pass the amendment bill. And the other thing also, Sludge call for, see, let people call their heart, let them wait till the Supreme Court rule. But italics say, they say that with an interesting assumption, the Supreme Court may just take them upon themselves and say they rule. No, now somebody they carry the case to them. So for less Sludge call, like I go read them by English, Sludge call for calm while the country awaits judicial determination. So again, I say APC, then say then go take this case to the Supreme Court. So Sludge feel say, maybe they assume say, somebody go definitely take this to the Supreme Court. And the other thing, also, if time permit, this story where Abdel Fatoma, where basically give opinion as to waiting a witness during that time day. Now the parliament where they go through all length they talk about several things them where he say the need for improve upon and all glad at all where that happen. So if time permit, I will maybe read the opinion where he give, because that is very important as well. And we see this headline, we say ILRAJ and again, an abbreviation for the Institute for Legal Research and Advocacy for Justice. Interestingly, we don't see any opinion or concern or comment so far from the Bar Association. I know say yesterday they go through their own situation, but this for be a moment for hearing from them. And of course, the other side, where now the Lawyers Society, then pull a statement and condemn the speaker in ruling. So, but the interesting thing of all this, my brothers and sisters, if time permit, a warrant for looking to this one as well. Charles Mambo Hill's constitutional amendment passage as victory for Sierra Leone. Again, opinion. In things say, we then pass the constitutional amendment to a victory. So, you're not concerned about the process. So, I will talk a little bit about that, saying if the Agbagba of the civil society folks them and come and say, now victory for Salone people them, where this go create more tension in that country there. Because we all know, say, this whole thing, they get for show back during 2028 election. Because most of the reforms here, then geared towards 2028. So 2028, that proportional representation, and therefore use them back if this team up. And then the presidential threshold, they reduce them. If this amendment team up, and they say another major aspect, and plenty of other things them. And again, I'll make them very clear. Some things them very good, but some things then they were very, to me, I go say concerning. So again, if your time permits, we will go talk about that. And we fumble them. The Supreme Court, whether they go review like the constitutionality of it and stuff, I want to make them very clear to people them who side potentially then go focus. Because let people not feel say, the speaker, the question or whatever it is. And we know very well say, even though some of them are lawyer like give out, but when you listen to them, you gonna know say, in my opinion, and from all the extensive research we don't do, it really mislead the Salone people them. And I go show now how and why I say that. I go show now the evidence through the Constitution, and we'll read them together. So now all here, if time permit I want for talk about tonight, me fumble them. But before I do that though, because the last time I want for say plenty thank you to one of our sisters them, we for launch a book, we na author, we na Madam Khadija Tijana Bay, and I hope, I wish them all success, and some of them express interest for buying book. But the other thing where I be also talk about, I say I go give an update with respect to the amount, the people that we don't recently donate the VOS Diaspora Helping Hand Scholarship Program. And by God's grace, next week I go try for send to the donors them. I go send email to una for give una the list. We go try 2 student name from the people that we last year we don't apply. So, but to go try for verify and see if they're still in need of una support. We all support. And then we go decide on that, 1 or 2 additional students to John Sita. And the other thing I go do also, then send for John Sita result. So unfortunately, I'm not going to share them publicly now, but I go send a copy to the donors them. for like they see the progress of the labor, the fruit of the labor, within did they donate towards. So I go do that. I begin some side part of the news. Then we talk about somebody, we get an organization, it take up a case of one young bobo where in grandpa abuse him and even lost he hand them and things like that, and they say this person, they take up the case and say, hey, go talk to people, let them donate for that body, for take care of a medical bill and all that. But now the family, then they complain and say the person not transparent, how they spend the money and the hospital bills and all that. So, and this is not the first time. There are several stories about people and where they take public money and then they misuse them. So now it make every step of the way, my brothers and sisters. I want to make sure, say, I give you an update. And again, like I say, I can always show una the live feed. And by the end of the program, if time permits, I go do unbox for sure next week, because I try for download the PayPal, but where I they talk, it can they kick me out, because it gets certain period. But I kind of take a snapshot, so I go show now that snapshot thing, and then if time permit, I go show now the live feed where I go know very well say VOS, we very transparent, and we try for also continue for gain on our trust, because I know say now because on our trust VOS make on they donate on a hard earned money. So me family them again, I will get that update today, but waiting I go do, let we pause here and take a break, let we talk small, let we understand a little bit about we Pekin and the VOS Diaspora Helping Hand program. And I will come right back after this. So I'm not going to say you, please, want to help share this program for let more people join we, so we all go able to put 2 and 2 together. I will come right back after this.
In the heart of Sierra Leone, where dreams often struggle to find wings, one young man dared to hope. This is John Sitta. Born into a humble family where even putting food on the table was a daily challenge, education seemed like a distant dream.
Good afternoon and welcome to Voice of Salone Radio.
Good afternoon to the listeners.
Yeah, so what's your name?
My name is Ibrahim, sir. Ibrahim Pedal.
Ibrahim Pedal, what? Kamara. You understand say everybody people come first in the whole country?
Yes, I'm a Pekin. Okay. Actually, they talk to you now, so we born the Pekin. Now, attire the cell. Now, empty attire the cell. I no gets. In lunch na 10,000 a year every day. At times we meet up at the biggest one and when we eat, the Caribbean 10,000. Not all the time. It is strain. And the constraint, are they up to 14 years work no day?
John had a fire in his heart and brilliance in his mind. But brilliance without opportunity often fades into silence. His parents believed in him, but with an annual family income of less than $1,000, they couldn't afford to keep John in school. Then came the VOS Diaspora Helping Hand Scholarship Program, a beacon of hope for underprivileged, talented students like John.
To take the first position during my WAS examination.
And what are the mechanisms have you put in place for you to become first again for WAS?
I should be studying very hard and hardworking in class.
So what do you want to tell others that are unfortunate to come first in the Becker process?
Okay, my advice to my colleague students is that success do not come overnight. They have to study and get prepared for any task overhead.
All right, thank you very much. This is VOS, Voice of Salone Radio.
Today, John is not just a student. He's a leader, a mentor, and a beacon of hope for his community. With your support, VOS Diaspora Helping Hands empowers students like John from humble beginnings to reach for the stars. Together we can transform more lives. Together we can change the story. Join us today. Sponsor a dream. Shape the future. Scan the QR code to donate or visit our website at www.vosdiaspora.org.
All right, Fambulem again, I want to say boku thank you to all we brothers and sisters then we don't donate and make this program for let we able for the take care. Yes, now one student for now, but so far, on all the VOS family members them and all the donors them, we all don't do a fantastic job for make sure say we pick in John Sita able get school fee, he able get in books them, he able get lunch, and the lunch we brother Sal Fuad Kaba don't knock chest and say for the lunch it go always to provide. And of course the last time we get a whole year for a lunch, we cover the entire year. And it just don't do them again. It do them in June. Than last year, it only expire. It don't get another whole year. Of course, we'll be show that video day where we manage in a salon where it go give John Sita and Daddy that money day. We I will explain Amos and we try not to give them too much money. We like how they say, unintended consequence. So we do that. And again, I for say plenty thank you to now. So let me go back to the program, Mifambulem. Again, as I say, while we go play video, I go try for look, for search for the snapshot of the PayPal we Abidu, and then for share them with Una by the end of the program. So the thing where I want for let we do, me fambulem, let we listen to, we get two videos them of we honorable Indulo Gevao. The first one, it explain why in think say the APC them where they left Parliament, where they walk out to Ram. They say it unlawful. I go play that. But for that video there, it talks some things them where I go one for loan pay particular attention. It talk about again at the same so where each to that side let una go member for let una safe right and down. It talk say well APC them and the paraphrase now. It's like a premature way they left the house because they not be reached to that point yet where them for vote and use that 2/3 majority. So if it be say that at that time, so it in change. I want to pay attention to that particular area. So let we listen and watch the video together. I will come after this.
Honorable Geva, what's the way forward? We need to close.
So the way forward is the law has been passed. My advice to my brothers is that going forward, either in this parliament or the 7th parliament, make them with a pause before they walk out.
You said earlier they were emotional and
they put so much emotion into it. Like my lady sister Sylvia Blyden say, the stage where they move out not be the wrong stage, and every other person in Sierra Leone believe that one. And then can go do the legal research, ask any legal professor. That point where the necroma stand on an analogy, whether if Cambia get war, not to Salone get war, whether if you hit hard, not to your body hard, you know they apply them to law. The interpretation of law, not to Greek and Roman history. Me with the lecturer, at least therefore don't go with me little instinct on that particular issue and take emotion out of them. Perhaps allow it for pass through committee stage, reach 3rd reading, when I at the bone of contention, whether na 2/3 majority or not a 2/3 majority. Even right now, I at the bone of contention, whether we get them or we not get them, whether na simple we use or not a simple. Up to now, it's unclear. Me can't tell you say, assuming without conceding say na 2/3 majority we use, Yes, we got 2/3 majority by all the laws the way Parliament they operate. I don't give you the threshold. I don't give of 146. I don't work the mathematics. 2/3 majority of 146 is 97. The votes that were casted between APC, Parliament chiefs, and members of Parliament now been 137. And APC no abstain. APC no walk out. APC vote on the bill. APC been present on the vote of the bill. Honorable Mohamed Bangura na APC, Honorable Thompson na APC. Okay, so we all voted on the bill. The bill has passed, and like I said just now on media, unless if President Bill want for lend credence to illegal actions in a legal setting, because Parliament na a legal setting, working out wrongfully na an illegal action. Now only then, you know.
So they acted illegally?
Yes, working out was illegal. That one, it was illegal, because if you work out on the wrong provision of law, and then you deprive Sierra Leoneans of the opportunity for get you service, when at that then they pay you for on a particular occasion, you don't act illegally. That's my view. So they not for don't act, they not for don't move on a clause where a very clear and the Constitution say the vote of which a simple majority, not a 2/3 majority. Even blind man will tell you that one day. So working out, misunderstanding that particular clause and working out on that clause is working out illegally on a legal issue in a legal setting.
Honorable Timbo say they go court.
Fine. That's why I love that brother of mine. In fact, I can tell you yesterday at the wash, now they are say, now the APC bench, the one we don't practice most, now Honorable Timbo. The lawyers and at the APC bench, the one we don't practice most, we don't really play with the law. Now Honorable Timbo. Now that entire Parliament, I don't practice the most than anybody. It's always Parliament display me na peggy to ram, because I don't practice all the laws. Even when at the Parliament, even just on a court a day, where you staff call me, I beg the magistrate say, do you adjourn for me? Me, I know they dust me books there. Every day I'm in that court. If I don't go to court, then I am abroad. So the problem they have is they have plenty lawyers but not practicing lawyers on their bench. On our bench, we have lawyers, not so much, but the lead lawyer is an extremely practicing lawyer, both in the classroom and in the profession.
And that's you.
And that's me. And I consult. Before this issue don't happen, ask any lawyer, student Najala, now then compulsory question this, sir. Because this year start in February. So I take them, I lecture them, I ask Supreme Court judges, I ask Appeals Court judges, I ask High Court judges, I ask constitutional law experts, and I formulate an opinion, I examine my students there. So I be no say this day they come. So that debate you see, I script me debates.
Well prepared.
Yes, I set me tone and I deliver.
So it's good, Honorable Timbo, they go court, right?
It's good. I'm happy for him. If he really does that, I will give him thumbs up. Some Sierra Leonean has to test the law to develop the jurisprudence of the law.
Okay.
All right. Fambulem, unado yeri give out. So what did he talk about? He said the law don't pass. But at the same time, it's a, well, they don't do committee stage. And remember, it said the law don't pass. So the law, they only pass where it go through the final stage, when at the third reading. After the third reading, the speaker do a ruling and send and go to the president for like he go sign. But in they say, I don't know if I misspoke, but in they say, they don't do committee reading, they don't do second reading, committee reading. So at least APC then for wait, let them reach to the third reading, where na the bone of contention. If I hear correctly, yeah, if I misunderstand them, una make a no. So it say when at the bone of contention, the third reading for see if then go use 2/3 majority of all the members them or not, or simple majority. So, but how you go say the starting point? You say the bill don't pass. And now you say PC that for the wait, take to the third reading. So now make like I able understand that. So the other thing, other side where it say the numbers them. You don't do work the numbers them, and according to your math, it says still now 2/3. So now see where they mix up himself. So the speaker in ruling a rule based on section 91 subsection 1 about the general, because the general voting rule, we talk about the members them we present and voting. So that's now the within we call per math numerator. So that's not the total. And then the one that now we get for vote yes, then go use that number, they divide them by the total for know if they get whatever requirement the voting system asks for. So now imagine now, this is saying a professor, and you see the excitement by now. But they talk about it don't pass. The bill don't pass. And then you talk back, but then for the wait the third reading. So like say, even reach to the third reading it. So the third reading. So that particular angle the way you look at them, then they say flawed. And I will show now in a moment. Because the section we get the issue, we're now section 108 subsection 2b, it talk about the second reading and third reading for that 2/3 majority. So why it is say then for the wait till we reach now the final stage, they reach now the final stage, we're now the third reading. So meaning that the second reading not require the 2/3 majority. So me fumble them. Let I just show una first the 108. Let I show una, because again I plain English, my brothers and sisters. That's show now. So I be don't do them the last time, but I go do them again. This now is civic duty. We did do so. So for people them, we they watch this now the Constitution, and this now section 108. So I go read one because now two the issue day. So the first part, me fumble them. Subject to the provision of this section, Parliament may alter this Constitution. And this now the other one way, in my opinion, they interpret. Where they say the provision of this section, so they say, oh well, whatever the section say, it only limited to this section. When we fumble them, when I look at subsection 2, what did he say? A bill for an act of parliament under this section shall not be passed by parliament unless. So now, where they say under this section, it clearly they say this section give the exception where I will come to the 91 subsection 1. So this section, and I go kind of where I come to the specific sections them where this section refer to as entrenched clauses. Then we read the sections them, and when I go notice say, they're not explicitly put 108. So where it is referred to as 108, say this section, it means this section also na entrenched clause or na entrenched provision. So the A in clear. Before the first reading of the bill in Parliament, the text of the bill is published in at least 2 issues of the Gazette. Then they inclare and then do them. And now, provided that not, that this not the bone of contention, my brothers and sisters, provided that not less than 9 days, this then do, I'm sorry, but that be, the bill is supported on the second and third readings by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the members of Parliament. If I'm bulem, it's a bill for an act of Parliament. I'll be explained to now waiting an act of Parliament, saying any law where Parliament pass. Now act of Parliament. So basically, now law of Parliament, law putanso. So where the bill don't go through all the stages, and then they end up for pass that bill day, the president sign them, and then it turn law. So you go say act of Parliament. So meaning for we recognize say this na Parliament in law, not to directly from the Constitution. So now the major difference that, if I can add. So, if I fumble them, again, that you have to say, we Undolo gave out, Honorable gave out, say, therefore, it's the third reading. 108, subsection 2, B. It talk about second and third reading, not to third reading no more, for the 2/3 majority. And waiting to say a bill for an act of Parliament under this section. So just imagine me fumble them. And the interpretation, I will come back as we go along. The interpretation of the speaker, where they doing ruling, they say, well, for now, waiting day before them now proposal. We right. Because a bill na proposal. Now formal proposal, we don't come before Parliament. So it's in a proposal. So APC no gets, so the 2/3 majority not applicable yet. Because na proposal. But this side of the Constitution make them very clear, say a bill. So because it don't come before Parliament and they deliberate them, so na bill, not an informal proposal. So na formal proposal, and any formal proposal of that nature they na bill. So meaning that the Constitution talk about a bill. So the speaker say, well, this section only talk about new Constitution. When I see the misinterpretation here, you say this section talk about only new Constitution, but this not a new Constitution, are the same Constitution, then just they make amendment. But waiting is saying, yeah, I fumble them. He make it clear, saying, I go read 108.1. Subject to the provisions of this section, so meaning the provisions, so the wording or the clause them, Now this section. So they try for say Parliament may alter this constitution. May alter. If I'm them. So Usai, the speaker pool, say, oh, and only new constitution, this section for apply to. Wanna see how them people are either deliberately or maybe they don't even understand. So now the section where they say this now the only exception, subsection 3, me fumble them. So don't read for now 2B where now 108 2B we don't read them for now. So they say subsection 3, a bill for an act of Parliament enacting a new constitution or altering any of the following provisions of this constitution, that is to say, we fumble them. Section B, subsection 3. A bill for an act of Parliament enacting a new constitution, una underline this other word, or altering any of the following provisions of this constitution, that is to say, A, this section, so me fumble them. It's so sad that them people let them put politics before the country. So now this then say, oh, now the only side this way require the 2/3 majority. If fumble them, this is not English show. As a matter of fact, if fumble them, this section no make them at all explicit about the 2/3 majority. The section we talk about the 2/3 majority, under the section, the subsection we talk about the 2/3 majority explicitly, now subsection 2B, and talk about the 2/3 of members of Parliament. So how then go interpret subsection 3 in isolation? Me fumble them. How then go do that? And say, oh no, this side talk about then give specifically to the sections them. But what in this do? When I go back and watch the BAV, we talk about this extensively. But what in this do? Subsection 2B. Now the exception that in terms of the voting. Subsection 3, it just taken further for say, in addition to the 2/3 majority we require for adjust any part of this constitution, for them particular sections here, where na subsection 3, you get for go through a referendum. That interpretation that. So Uswan then isolate 2B and then go to 3 and say, oh, 3 talk say now then part, now then section here no more require a 2/3 majority. If fumble them. When they see the dishonesty, if at all, maybe deliberately they don't even understand. So let I sort of read the rest of the 3 subsection 3, 108 subsection 3 for now. So after where it don't give, when I look at the sections the way they list, 108 no they do. Because it don't refer to itself in subsection 2. Say this section, so meaning this section self an entrenched clause. You're not going to change any part of this section if you don't get the 2/3 majority, but you still, after you don't get the 2/3 majority, you still get for go to the people in a form of a referendum. So whether don't list all the section and the speaker read all, if I'm again, part of the section here, it fall under Lara Taylor Pierce's situation. And sadly enough, hey God, you know, as Sierra Leoneans, we need for all them people here to task. We fumble them. Before I come back to this, I just want to say something very quickly. Where the speaker be again in ruling, maybe what thing I go do though, let I play him, and then I go come now from what he say for just refresh on our memories. I go come. He read the sections them. And among the sections then they Lara Taylor Pierce in section. It talks say that section there na exception to that general rule. So the 2/3 majority of all the parliamentarians them. But what did they do? Even Lara Taylor Pierce. APC no be, beaucoup members of APC no be did. But what did they say? They say if it be 2/3 majority of the members that were present and they vote. So now see, then bend the rules. In 2018, where they want for make Abbas Bundu the Speaker of the House. And that clause they make it very clear. Say if it be 2/3 majority of all the members of Parliament, even before they're sworn, then take their oath. The same stupid parentarily. I'm sorry for where they use that strong word there. So interpret nonsense way in 2018. So then force some members of APC now for then at the chamber, and then they say it will be 2/3 of the people that were present for vote. And the Constitution don't say that. They say, you know, even because of they want the members of Parliament decide on who that, all the members therefore decide on who that will be the speaker, who that will be the head of the chamber. And as a matter of fact, it then the Constitution say anybody were not elected not get the constitutional right for preside over Parliament. Who side parentarily come out for preside. Say na him they preside. And because of them give that restriction, they make them say the members of Parliament, as long as they don't give them that certificate, say yes, they don't win the election. They don't need for take the oath for vote for speaker. They all get the right for vote for the speaker. And are all the members of Parliament. So the denominator is fixed. But when I listen to Givao, he say don't do the math. He say the total now 147, which is wrong. See the kind thing where they do for mislead the country. And he say now, professor, he they teach law. We fumble them. On a pull on a calculator. SLPP, get 81 members. APC get 54 members. So 81 plus 54. When I do the math, my brothers and sisters, now 135. And then the paramount chiefs then, because we get 14 districts, so each district represented by one paramount chief, so now 14 districts. So 135 plus 14, it give me 149. So Usai Gevao pull 147. And say, oh, you don't do the math. The total now 147 and then get 90, whatever it is. So when you check them, they still get the 2/3. Una see how misleading them people are? Simple math. Just remind me so much as to the similar mess, mathematical mess, where the ECSL bring upon Salone. And at the same thing, this they do so. And it not just, what they talk, you don't do the math and all that. With simple mathematics, addition, they get it wrong. Say the total number of parliamentarians they offer vote, now 147. Seriously? So now, me fumble them. Them people here, then they bend the rule as it deem fit for them. Now make us citizens of a team up. And if APC then go court, I really go say kudos to them. Like how Mr. Shilonki say, let the court make a fool of themselves. Let they rule wrongly. And me want like APC, if the Supreme Court interpret wrongly, with this to me very clear, therefore go to the ECOWAS court. I think President Bill they try for kind of fixing image. And we all see the aftermath where you don't mess your country and then you want to seek higher position at international level. Let me ask Macky Sall. Macky Sall will run or it run for be the next UN Secretary General. The kind of record the last time, the bien term, in country where he even want for manipulate the Constitution for run a third term. And you know tap there, it try for go parliament, for go kind of mix up things. We not succeed. After with that record a day, clear one, as part of in legacy. And now we say, oh, I get the credential for go run an international body like the United Nations. And for be the Secretary General. We're not the most powerful position down there of the organization there. And he get plenty because they get stages we force they vote say they not even support your candidacy, not to even for let you like compare yourself, like go against other people anymore. Because they can say for encourage, they call them for encourage your candidacy. Majority of the people now the Security Council do not even encourage in candidacy. So this, if President Bill, let's say he left power and he think because he don't go all over the place and promote himself as democratic champion and all that and day, if he really get that intention there, in need for take example from Macky Sall, in experience where they go through right now. So Mifambulele, I just finish the subsection 3 for now. After we don't list all the sections them, but when I see section 108 not it. Because like I say, a bit of reference, give reference to itself. And at that reference the way it give to itself, then say, oh, it say within this section. So the exception, it only applicable to this section. But that reference way 108 give to itself, now for say, even beyond section self, una no go alter am without going to the people. Now that is simply mean. And then, for now, they say the non-entrenched clauses. So the second part not applicable. Say shall not be submitted to the president for his assent, and shall not become law unless the bill, after it has been passed by Parliament and in the form in which it was so passed, has, in accordance with the provision of any law. Wanna get this? In accordance with the provisions of any law in that behalf, being submitted to and being approved at a referendum. So meaning that, for let you go change section 108, you get for go not to just a 2/3 majority, you get for go to the people. So me fumble them. Again, now let we go to the argument. The argument way then they make. Let we go to the argument then they. Because initially, waiting them be say. Then quote different points them. So, but I want for Lord take now, dear, me fumble them. Really, Lord take and dear. So the first thing first, that we look at waiting section 91 actually say. Have you say, let we play the speaker a ruling, so then they go give we better idea, or go remind we, because I know say plenty of we don't listen to them. But they are big, we be patient, because I want for remind we all. Let we listen to the speaker ruling. And then they go help we for better understand. Again, I just want to draw on our attention to this. We all go listen to what in the speaker say, because it's very important for we able to understand this. So we go first get what in he say. On a patient too, they are big, because this I want for let we do let we all together understand. Now English you say. And the Constitution, not by English. Like how give out talk. Not to gibberish or anonymous language you talk. So let we just able get that. Me fumble them. So now I make it very, very important for we will bring the speaker in ruling for remind well. So I just sort of play them. And then I will come back after and give you now the section where it make reference. So we all go learn together. Because again, me fambule, you don't need for be a lawyer for understand English, except if technicality dey. And you can also able for do research. Because now law books then the way you get online. You get books then where you go even see safe e-books them where if you're not able to read, you can able just listen. We got all that. So as a result of it, I really want for we all kind of do that.
members, I report that the bill entitled the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2026, having gone through the committee of the whole House with amendments, I now move that the bill be read the third time and passed into law.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2026 be read the third time and passed into law. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Me fumble them. I want pause here, but I want to bring something to our attention. So the minister say it don't go through the committee stage. So that's that technicality. The committee stage, that section where I read, section 108, subsection 2B, talk about the committee stage for require a 2/3 majority. So in that case, the speaker can determine how it will rule, how the vote for be. So I don't want to confuse, because I sure say some people will say, oh well, if they talk about 2/3, so why therefore say a nay? So it's okay for do that after the reading. I mean, after the like they don't go clause by clause and the committee stages, where it don't go through the committee stage. Now, remember the sections say second reading and third reading. So I want to make una understand that. Because now the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice say it don't pass the committee stage. So therefore move them now to the third reading. So now the third reading now, Geva will be say APC for don't wait. The third reading for then go decide waiting for do. But this now the process now for move on to the third reading. And the ruling now after the third reading. So now we kind of see, because again, if the Attorney General say kind of ask for let them move to the third reading. So if they not do third reading it, I don't feel say if for pass for the president assent for let the president sign. So I want for let we get the understanding there. If indeed, let we pay attention to waiting the speaker in ruling go say. Because if a ruling say, they don't go through the third reading, and after the third reading, then they vote, and then a rule on that, then that means they don't go through all the entire process. So nothing other again where you go say, let APC for don't wait. So meaning that APC be out of the process. So I just want to make that clarification there. Let some people not say, hey, wait till they say 2/3 majority. Why then say a nay? I mean, they're supposed to count the votes and all that. No, this now the committee reading, and they ask now for let them move them to, the committee stage, sorry. They ask now for let them move them to the third reading. So now the vote way just passed, the A nay. So I just want for we understand that.
Entitled
the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Act 2026, being an act to amend the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991, Act number 6 of 1991, and to provide for other related matters has been read in third time and passed into law.
In the circumstances, honorable members, I wish to make a ruling.
All right, before a making ruling, una hear wetin the clerk say. He say don't come out the committee stage. They don't do the third reading. Una hear am? Say they don't do the third reading. So that means they don't do the third reading. So the vote now where they can rule on, now the final vote. And at the final ruling for this process. So I just want for Lona get that very clear. I will come right back.
And to refer this matter to the Supreme Court for opinion. The Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Bill 2025 now before this Honorable House concerns the supreme law of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Its consideration therefore demands not only strict fidelity to constitutional procedure, but also a collective appreciation that a constitutional amendment is fundamentally a serious matter. The Constitution is the supreme expression of the sovereign will of the people. Consequently, any proposal to amend any provision of it must conform both to the letter and to the spirit of the constitutional provision sought to be amended. In the current circumstances, I, as Speaker of the 6th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone, have been invited to give a considered ruling on the threshold applicable to the Constitution of Sierra Leone Amendment Bill 2025. In doing so, I call on this House and by extension the citizens of the Republic of Sierra Leone to take keen note of the interplay between Sections 91(1) and the entirety of Section 108 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act number 6 of 1991. This issue concerns not merely the mechanics of voting, but the constitutional architecture governing the exercise of Parliament's constituent authority. As Speaker, I therefore consider it necessary to state the principles that ought to guide this House. Constitutional interpretation requires that provisions of the Constitution be read as a coherent whole and not in isolation. One provision should not be interpreted so as to render another ineffective, where both are capable of operating together. That being said, I invite this House to carefully read Section 91(1) of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act number 6 of 1991. Section 91(1) reads thus: except as otherwise provided for in this Constitution, any question proposed for decision in Parliament shall be determined by a majority of the votes of the members present and voting. This provision therefore automatically establishes the general rule for parliamentary decision making. Any decision, including the decision to amend any provision of the Constitution not expressly provided for in this Constitution, falls under this general rule. Incidentally, the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991 does not make provision for the exception to this general rule. I therefore invite members of this House and by extension the citizens of Sierra Leone to carefully read sections such as 29(3), 119 subsection 9, 137 subsection 7, 137 subsection 10, and 173. Apart from these sections and others, there is definitely no section of general application that deals with a 2/3 majority requirement for decision making. The much trumpeted Section 108 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone 1991 deals specifically with the provisions of Section 108 and no other section. Section 108 subsection 2 only seeks to provide clear guidelines for the enactment of a new constitution, which definitely is not the case right now. Or altering sections such as 108, Chapter 3, Section 146, Section 56, Section 72, Section 73, Section...
Fambulem, Dia abeg, I pause am na ya. That thing, la rewind am small. That thing where it talk about saying that section 108. It not talk about anything other than a new constitution. And he said the only exception, the other one, the way it reads so. But remember, again, just show una the section 108 where it talk about. And let we see usai that particular section they talk about new constitution. Again, because then people are, let God help u country. Let we able, this na English show, me fambulem. So, not for shy away. So, it talks say, in your interpretation, me fambulem, how he interpret them? Interpret them say, the only exception to 91:1, that the fact say, section 108, say the only thing we go require a 2/3 majority now if they bring new constitution. And it talks say in terms of the alteration, the only areas them where them go alter. Now there one the way it calls so within a subsection 3C. Me fambulem, una look at again subsection 3 of 108. Section 108, subsection 3. That section there, it talk about a 2/3 majority. It talk about any form of voting in terms of the number. Again, read them carefully. Because it therefore say the only relevant section under 108 now subsection 3. Because subsection 3 say if na new constitution, you go need a 2/3 majority, or if you they adjust any of the section here were listed na subsection 3C. And that way they interpret them. But me fumble them after we did all list all them section in there, like the section them where it talks so, we require 2/3 majority, waiting na the provision under the where they list all the sections then they, it says shall not be submitted to the president for his assent and shall not become law unless the bill after it has been passed by Parliament and in the form in which it was so passed, as in accordance with the provisions of any law in that behalf, been submitted to and been approved at a referendum. So what you need to tell we? This section not talk about the 2/3 majority at all, the subsection 3. So it talks say, for read the constitution in isolation. Exactly now that you do. It isolate subsection 3 and it forget about subsection 2. Where subsection 2 now inputs the exception, the parameter as to how for vote for amend any part of this constitution. Subsection 2b said the bill is supported on the second and third readings by the vote of not less than 2/3 of the members of parliament. So then they come before subsection 3. When I see the sequence matter. So meaning you for don't first observe the 2/3 majority for any alteration. And after we don't do that, subsection 3 now they tell you, say, you for go to the people where it come to the sections them where it highlight now. So why this na English? The speaker, they mislead himself, they mislead Parliament, they mislead the country with this section. No, explicitly, that subsection 3, now explicitly talk say you forget a 2/3 majority. No. That section there, it complement subsection 2b. After where you don't fulfill subsection 2b, the additional barrier for change the section here, you forgot to the people. That's not a simple and straightforward interpretation of section 108, subsection 2b. By English, Mr. Speaker. So for let you say, oh well, the only time where you go need a 2/3 majority under section 108, now where una they bring new constitution, or if una get for make any amendment to the section here we listed na subsection 3b. Ebo, but na English language, not to Greek. It's very clear. That section, they not embed them, the 2b, they not embed them into 3. Because it make them very clear. So let we kind of play them back, because I want for to pay particular attention, saying it get them completely wrong. Not English. Let I play them back. Let we all hear waiting to say how he make your own interpretation, how he interpret that side. So they don't do so again based on Gevao. Say at one moment it don't pass, but you waiting the clerk say it don't pass. It don't go through the third reading. So how Gevao one moment he say the bill don't pass, it don't become law. And then he say, oh well, let APC they wait, therefore we don't wait, and then see where then go the third reading. So now they see how they mix up. Line are something we had for be consistent. It really hard. So if not deliberate attempt that they make for deceive people them as them be deceive Salone people them, whether be they talk about that PR. For on 2020 for use 2023. So let we listen to them again. And I go come for show una, particularly section 91, where it's saying that the general principle we set forth. But it starts with except otherwise stated in this constitution. And section 108, an exception, because he explicitly show how for vote for change any part of the constitution. Let me listen to him again.
In subsection 2 only seeks to provide clear guidelines for the enactment of a new constitution, which definitely is not the case right now. Or altering sections such as 108, chapter 3, section 146, section 56, section 72, section 73, section 74, subsection 2, section 74, subsection 3, section 84, subsection 2, section 85, section 87, section 105, section 110 to 119, section 120, section 121, Section 122, Section 123, Section 124, Section 128, Section 129, Section 131, Section 132, Section 133, Section 135, Section 136, Section 137, Section 140, Section 151, Section 156, and Section 167 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone Act No. 6 of 1991. I invite all of us to the specific nature of the section, to invite all of us to the specific nature of this section, that is 108. The drafters constantly deploy the word this. Example, Section 108, subsection 102 provide us. Subsection 1. Subject to the provision of this section, my emphasis, subject to the provision of this section, Parliament may alter this Constitution. 2. A bill for an amendment of Parliament, a bill for an act of Parliament under this section shall not be passed by Parliament unless. I am therefore to state without attempting to go vernacular that this section means Section 108, subsection 1, Section 108, subsection 2, Section 108, subsection 3, and up to Section 108, subsection 9, and no other sections. I am also to draw your attention to the fact that all the provisions in the Constitution requiring a 2/3 vote for the amendment or alteration are mostly to be found under Section 108, subsection 3. Since none of the provisions requiring a 2/3 vote for the amendment or alteration are to be found in the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Amendment Bill 2025, I rule that this House will revert to the provisions in Section 91, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone. Provision in Section 91, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act No. 6 of 1991, in deciding whether or not the bill becomes law. I do so pursuant to Section 94, subsection 2 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, Act No. 6 of 1991. Examples of the amendment of a non-entrenched section of the Constitution without recourse to a 2/3 majority are bound in this Parliament, including the amendment of Section 79 in 2012 by voice collection only. However, since the question whether or not a non-entrenched constitutional provision can be altered by recourse only to Section 91, subsection 1 of the Constitution, Act No. 6 of 1991, is of great public interest, I refer this question to the Supreme Court for an opinion to be returned to this House not later than 3 months today. I so
Okay, Fambulem, una don't get them, so repeatedly, I for say this section 108, where it says subject to the provisions of this section. Ebo, my goodness. Subject to the provisions of this section, Parliament may alter this Constitution. Ebo. I don't say yes, English, not our first language. But then they're very clear. So la make up a crew. When it says subject to the provision of this section, la putam so unagosiam. Subject to the provisions of this section, Parliament may alter this Constitution. This Constitution. What did it mean? It means say based on the thing they don't say na ya. Parliament can change the Constitution. So it means now based on the law, the provisions then are this Constitution. Now in Parliament go use for change the Constitution. You know, say may alter this section. Oh, it said this Constitution. Ebo. And then you flip up. Say, oh, it refer to only this section. No. So again, the other way where you go see them is subject to the guidance or based on the guidance of this section. Parliament for use. The guide where this section guide them. Now this guide Parliament for use for change this constitution. Not a simple English that. Not a simple interpretation that. Subject to the provisions of this section. Subject to the provisions of this section. Parliament may alter this constitution. Ebo mi fambulem. Lad, as papa, when you go say, the only, this na me rule for this oath. Based on the rules them na this oath, na that way they, you go able live na this oath. Now that's it, they tell we. So based on the guidelines where section 108 give, and then guidelines then they you for use for change any part of the constitution. It said this constitution. And then they give the guidelines. And waiting at the guidelines. When I look at the sequence, my brothers and sisters, my Salone Fambulem. After where it don't say subject to the provision based on this guideline, Parliament can change this constitution. And it give the guideline. A bill for an act of Parliament under this section shall not be passed by Parliament unless Ebo. And then give the caveat. Before the first reading, you do the Gazette. And then then talk about the other thing, the other caveat in terms of the number of days them we were able to get between each Gazette. And then subsection B, another caveat. The bill ain't not go pass unless during the second reading and during the third reading you get 2/3 of all the members them in Parliament. That's another guideline. And then number 3, subsection 3 now give you further guidelines where you they talk about subsection 3. But we don't talk about the guideline, how you for vote, how people have for vote. So there's no need for repeat them again. So how in God's name? I don't say English difficult. How in God's name? This man, they flip the English like that. Disgrace people them. But common sense, me family them, let we use common sense. Let we use common sense. So, Constitution, we call it the supreme law of the land. If we make Constitution say, except the one them way you need for go for referendum, but simple majority go change any part of the Constitution. My brothers and sisters, not to mess Salone go left with. So SLPP then a power, then change. Then where APC come, because they don't need referendum, and then get lost a majority. a parliament, then change them back. So no, they go back. So you see how dangerous it be? Wanna see how dangerous it be? So it means with constitution, nothing. So waiting for column sacred. And not sacred if we use this cheap way for just change them, fitty fatta. And look, for example, we all know, say, Salone, that president business. We don't be president gets so much power that it will change all kind of things. So just like that, to for change the threshold, the conditions the way president for fulfill for like a sit on the office day. So for change them just like that. But common sense not go tell we say, no matter how APC, the one that will put this constitution together, no matter how they're selfish, but at least they get small brain. For think say, this not a toy. And even in the speaker talk say, constitutional issue na serious matter. But if any party go come, it change constitution like that. Because forget simple majority, it's 50% plus one additional vote. You get your simple majority. So meaning that any party will come with a majority, it can just treat the constitution anyhow. So Usai waiting and call the guardrail there now. Usai there. So whose way we go say, you know what? This now the book way go cause for like people don't know just trample upon you right. Yes, like that chapter 3 talk about then all we write them and all that. But the bottom line is common sense for tell we say all over the world that constitution, like the countries them way they get that in the like New Zealand and few other countries them where you go say they pass their constitution with a simple majority, they alter their constitution, some provisions now in constitution with a simple majority, then still get caveat for that. You still get for go through certain conditions for like you go able then use the simple majority. Then we take we sisters them, we brother and sisters then at Ghana, then get similar constitution as Salone, then get both entrenched and non-entrenched clauses. But they're not going to play with them 2/3 majority like that. Because it's the same way he said that, similarly. So, my brothers and sisters, I be say that we look at within section 91:1, where he say that general rule day now he use for come to this conclusion, to a ruling. Let us show now section 91, subsection 1. Me fambulem. I just the sort of scroll for goodie. Okay, we get a call. Let I take this call and then I go show now, but I go paste the subsection, the 91 subsection 1, but let me take a call. VOS Network. Hello caller. What's your name and who say they call you from, please?
Yeah, this is Concern Sierra Leone. They call from the US.
Hello, Concern Sierra Leone. Thank you so much for your call. And what you take on the program tonight, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the good work we do. Let God bless you, pal.
Amen. Let God bless you.
I see somehow how frustrated you be,
yes.
Because, honestly, make I not lie tell you, now people like una say they give you the courage because una get integrity, then una they inform we. Then people are not know say, now fortunate for some of them position and then people say they're well educated past every other Sierra Leonean. They don't know say people and they were even know more better than them. It's just unfortunate no more when they happen say we leaders them, low-minded people. They know they think. Most of them people, one thing why they ask me, if I say for them people has to know outside that country they don't come out. The backwardness where the war send whipper. Then people are not go land. Up till now, then they come with them fishy till them just for their own interest and party interest. If for change constitution, that be just simple majority. How many amendments for don't get with constitution? Even the other day, they listen to Honorable Tawawe na Deputy Speaker of Parliament, where then they talk about this 2/3. Instead confirm and say if now only this 2/3 enough to say then go able for make amendments by the Constitution, because he know how difficult it is for make the able forget that 2/3. It really sad. Any government can come, then bring can their own laws will go suit them. And you see, at the least way they say, let Madabio land for Makisal if you want for cleaning image. Madabio no go ever land. Madabio, if not possible, was sensible enough. It will be one of the best presidents Sierra Leone for the ever produce, because it don't Madabio don't see it all. It don't involve into 2 overthrow. So basically, you don't talk about the problem. What we make una come una overthrow a government and all that stuff then they. It's shameful for you when you involve parenting and they say because of bad governance, then you don't get the opportunity now for come as a democratic leader. You can't do worse than what you now say una be fed for yesterday for free the people of Salone. It's really embarrassing. It's shameful. Sadly now we get religious leaders then in that country. They're not in civil society. Well, in fact, the evil society, then they will call themselves civil society. We see a lot of them. A lot of them, the CSO Mambu, they all be the claim for be civil society, not knowing that them people here, now politicians them, then they now their own interest them be they seek. Let God help that country. The only two be they afraid for now for let tomorrow the people and not say enough is enough. And the danger where them people are not they read along the line. The problem what we don't get, even when this mother building come, we get different kind of stress that they don't be created, but the division where they don't bring Canada country there is so danger enough that if God not take control, we get any problem in that country, they trust me, it go worse than what we don't see. And most of them guys, even if them be small steps, some of them don't get sense now doing that what they waiting the cause. It really sad, my brother. Thank you so much. God bless you. But then, guy, a disgrace to that nation. Let God bring people where go think of the country rather than them party. Thank you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you too. Somebody with a call. Dear, please call back. Thank you so much, bro. Let God bless you as well. And fumble them again. The lines they're open. I know say plenty people that don't log in. I will read the comments then later if time permits, because we don't go way over time. But let us show now the section. We're now section 91. We now the general rule, and we the previous scholar and make a very good point, which is true. The way we SLPP and APC in that country they. Imagine if it be easy for them change constitution as they claim so. When I imagine how we constitution go day. Let we take another call. VOS network. Hello caller. What's your name and who side they call you from, please?
Yeah, this is Akrombo. They call from New York.
Hello, brother Akrombo. Yes, how are you, sir? Thank you so much for calling. And what do you take on the program tonight, sir?
Well, I just want to say no more. I dey feel pain,
Yeah.
And one thing I want to say no more, say that if we allow simple majority, how SLPP fit say them criminal, they no say no more. Any government where they come, it counts a simple majority constitution.
Yeah.
It counts your own constitution. As they take over, so it count because any kind way they get, because they don't do some precedent there. We for let government get simple majority parliamentary, as long as you party 9 presidents, trust me, simple. They be don't do anti. They use bonically, them pull parliamentary and they use them. Who sit down there, so, you know, all the problems that we don't take place in that country, they are SLPP na the starter. One party system, and they introduce the ideology. But they not be successful. Another person take they end up cry foul. And then they do so back. For more than start, happy them. Yeah, no say now one party system. Now they still one guy for tweets and count back. But let good luck to them. So now this time a contribution.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And yeah, so I'll take another call. Thank you. Caller, please reduce the volume that you set. So go ahead, please. What's your name and who side you call we from?
Yeah, Mr. Pebo, this is Yusuf from Virginia.
Hello, brother Yusuf. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, contrary to which the caller really respond to. I see SLPP, and these people are very, very people we know they ever take precaution. This way that they do so, now see we don't bet the way shake we see they right now the people that submit. Then they try to do everything or do things on their own. They are not democratic, and the people we know they take precaution at all. Even when this rebel thing comes so, when them they try for deny. When this ICC come now, then they all in the normal. These people are very heartless. They don't care about nothing. All what they think about for today. But that thing for tomorrow, you know, they're not their mind at all. Look, this Devao guy, where they propagate the radio stations them. When you inform Poland then this year, when you tell about the propagate, where you propagate, he's scared. In fact, he will tell the security in life they are stake, something like that. So you know say which be they talking about it. Because if you don't say which they talk now good thing, why scared? Why reporting to the security that somebody try to put your life in danger? Not put your life in danger. It just reveal which you black talk na TV station openly. Now when in fact talk about them, it take us in for one sell and to the public. If I know they tell you, now tell yourself. But they try to do everything just for men to stay in power. They know they realize about tomorrow. If we not they change constitution, like when they change I don't know what to say. I don't want to use that word. If TPC come tomorrow or any other party come tomorrow, they do the same thing. They don't turn the constitution to bomb. All Jack and Jill they count what they want them put them. Now people are very, very when they can talk about democracy, and how you look at them, they are not democratic. We have our problem in the West and the North, but believe me, they will never compare us. The democracy waiting at the North and the West, they don't go ever reach them. You ain't bother when they argue, you ain't party when they argue, naturally they come. But if that happen at the South,
okay,
they kill them, bother them. Before I say, because the North and the West, they not take a killing ground.
Yeah, bro.
So if we know they try to come together, follow we pull them while under power. They go drain with country. They athlete. They teach so they don't even care. They sit down and read the station. They boast about how they do good for corruption. One of the thief na parliament for himself. He puts him wife in him. But naturally the money be they go. They take them. They don't take us yourself. That's not commodity for them. But always me they say, let the APC where we know say that they right now. Lord, we put all the differences and fight these guys. Then guys for common in that country. Now they get money 15% because of drugs. We have to hold these people responsible. Now bad people then. Now rebel them. These people are rebels. They turn the rebels to commandos.
Oh, okay. Bro, I know say we're all frustrated. But now we're brothers and sisters them. And again,
I don't talk about brothers and sisters. They are rebels.
No, let me not generalize.
I hate the word brother and sister. This is politics.
No,
We don't use no brother and sister. No brother in the army.
Okay,
They are rebels.
Okay, call you out, bro. Call me back. But thank you so much for we call. Yeah? God bless. Call you out. Let me take another call. VOS Network. Hello, caller. What's your name and where you call we from, please?
Hello, Mina Lavali, I call from Ohio.
Hello, Brother Lavali. Thank you so much for we call. And go ahead, please.
It
look like it. Sorry?
I need forgive. I say, you hear me?
Yes. If you can speak a little bit louder, and it look like say the phone line don't look warm. Yeah.
And I just 3 points.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please. Yeah.
I follow this amendment to the end. There are certain facts which is undisputable. APC walk out during committee stage with they deal with the clauses. And with the walkout, the committee stage end, then the minister go for the third reading. At this point, APC now begin the Parliament House. They don't walk out. At this point, the clerk declare say there are 3 members of APC who were absent due to sick leave. The number that reduced to 146. Total of 146 is 97. They passed that bill with a 97 count. This is all that overshadow this calculation. The thing when we think say wrong what APC did was, and Honorable Bundu na the party mentioned that if they would have stayed, the commander committee stayed, they can at the third reading and able for vote in abstention, we will be dealing with a whole different result. But they walk out during committee stage where they deal with the clauses out of probably 1 month or what have you. Now, when they don't move out, the third reading was read, the voting was done. And according to parliamentary rules, where the speaker don't say yea or nay, if nobody no object to the nay, it's considered 2/3 in their SO2 or whatever you that is. So APC would have stayed, voted in abstention, that they count. But because they walk out, and these 3 people were sick, they need to deduct them from the total count of parliamentarians. Now the number that reduced to 46. Well, 2/3 of 46 is 97. So technically, even though the speaker misspoke and say simple majority, but the fact of count that was carried out and counted, now that may give out the mention of say in believe say that 2/3 they get because of that count, and it is evident these people were sick, they were not there. And why APC not make sure say they know they bring them on 6 stretcher for medical vote. So Supreme Court is going to rule on opinion for future occurrences we get for the happen beyond this ruling, in my opinion, because this is final.
Okay. I don't give 30 seconds. Again, this not the one of the issues them we plenty of we they face. We then interpret the way we then want for let you think we Again, not to any personal insult, bro, but we need to even take the extra step for verify. Read for yourself. My brother, section 108, give any caveat. It say all parliamentarians, the two people that we seek, they're still counted as parliamentarians. So that is more reason why them for try for negotiate with other people forget the 2/3. The denominator, when at the total number, you need to reduce them at all. Because them people in the way you say they're sick and whatnot, they're still considered still parliamentarians. So that question of, they're sick, so as a result, the total number don't drop. So when they come back, then the total number go up. No, my brother. And see, all that's now wrong interpretation of it. So that gave out in mathematics, it completely wrong. The denominator need to change. It's still 149. So then they can able create a situation now where they can able the speaker can rule. It can overrule. In that case, they say, well, then people then go make sure say they're able vote, even though they know well, depending upon how critical the situation be. But if they're able to talk or whatnot, they can even allow them for vote remotely. And that's the way they talk about saying nay. My brother, that by itself violate the principle of what they call secret ballot. It violates that principle there. Because a sensitive bill like this, let's take a call. I will come back to your point where you make. VOS Network. Hello, caller. What's your name and who side they call we from, please?
Good day, Mr. Kagbo. Mina Abdullah Sisi, I call from US.
Hello, Brother Abdullah Sisi. Thank you very much for your call. And what you take on the program tonight, sir? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks once again. So, my point we are want to make, I get some phone with somebody I've been listening alongside with this program where you start, but that go waste me time and I go to that phone day based on some statements we make. Let's just go straight to my point.
Okay.
Anyway, when I always don't contribute to this program and other programs, then we are the look at the level of confidence of members of the current party where they in governance and this court across, whether they are in parliament, they're in the judiciary, they're in cabinet, they're wherever, the level of confidence in doing things them wrongly. I don't wonder. I don't try to think about who side all this they come from. Now, including the most sacred book of the nation, going into it to this level, and people then just they may get one common time what they use after the 2023 election. I say them bail ball up people they hated them. Salone, let we be careful. This not very low shallow-minded way of thinking. You also, if they don't do you wrong, as long as they don't do them, as far as you concern, people for just go ahead with it. This is the level of confidence that they see. And the only thing what I can say to this, I've been on the here in the past. When President Bio doing first 5 years, first term, President Bio, if he been really work for the people of Sierra Leone, based off of the reason why he even win the election, he come as president, because APCB don't mess up to that level there. People they be hungry. People they been poor. We see that. If he been work 2020, in first 5 years, there would have been no need for the commotion we have in 2023. But the truth is, where to is concerned, President Bio intention not to be that. Intention for me do anything whether the people they appreciate him or they not appreciate him, let him maintain this empathy and power. And some of the things that we do, where they see the effect, I believe, say where they think of the confidence where them people they get, now they had decided. They strengthen the people that we get gone for kill people them. remove people and way they against them, whether in a cabinet or other positions, and put people away all within and they say, yes. Even if you tell them still on a jump, all the question wouldn't get for how high we for jump. No questions about whatever decision. So the advice we get for brothers and sisters, where they look at this thing, any corner game with them I played and say, boy, APC don't make sure, they don't make sure. That one confidence, say, they can even say, this SLPP government, not to other SLPP government or some, even people they say, in blessed memory, they say, not to that Chijam Kaba SLPP this or all some of them, they cannot give you an explanation of what they mean by their statements here. But you will know. This, the chairmanship of SLPP now and the president, not to that SLPP today. No, it's the same SLPP in terms of decency and what they look at. If we not get on a way, on the thinker, one thing I want that nothing really lasts forever. Nothing. Some people didn't get confidence yesterday past some of them people here now the APC. But the difference is they may get some limit to which they may do, then recklessness them. We even that been too much for the people of Sierra Leone and decide for kick APC out of power. Una don't go beyond that now. There we remember, say nothing no the day forever. Nothing no the day forever. That 11 years we suffer as a nation. Anybody waiting for a second to forget about that person the posterity with Georgia in the future.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you so much. The calls them they come so and one number we get so no able WhatsApp no able for all people them on the line for too long. VOS Network. Hello caller, waiting your name and who they call we from please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief Sakago. I did do proud of the family.
How they do well. Thank you so much.
I call from Virginia.
Wonderful, and thank you so much. And from the voice, thank you as one of the donors. Them, thank you very much. So go ahead, sir. Waiting I take on the program tonight. Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kago, for good opportunity for contribute. Mr. Kago, we politicians in Salone, I get sympathy for the people at all. If APC come, they go talk with the fight for the people them. As people say they come, they say they fight for the people them. This constitution, and not be forgetting the problem, say for let therefore amend them, you understand? Because if we don't get the first past the post, it's a very good way we don't understand for we election them. They will be still get the PR be still the in case of war, the neighbor reach any area they can still come, they use them. It not be the whole bad pan one day. But then go they force themselves in for do that's what the campaign and say if they do the PR, they will get more party within a parliament or whatever. You know what happens so? It's practical and theory are two different things. Which they talk will happen. Therefore don't land for so we don't use both of them then thing and they don't use the PR, we don't use that and they do one way better for we the one way if you're saying at the first past the post now. The people who submit the parliamentary and them, they submit the people them. So then go work for the people them because we not so goally accountable. But now, if we get the PR now, the party rely on also the people them. Now, how when they talk about the fight for the people them, when they take some of the fight for the people them, they are not fight for the people, they fight for themselves. But another consciousness, they're not the one for left a legacy that our country they say we left a good legacy. A bad legacy they will try for left. When right now, APC they're in our opposition, they see all the wrong way except they do. You understand? When them back on apart, and they try for land from land, they for execute waiting, they don't land from the mistake whether they do. Those are except people back, they come back in opposition back, and they tell they will see the wrong thing will happen. And when one now and the one developer for that country, if they fight for the people, it not be need for let una go and bribe some APC people and they say they will go dash for APC people for let them get the 1/3 majority, then give them $100,000 and muchka. If you're not a genuine enough for the need for bribe now one day, you understand? If not the people that they fight for, it don't make any sense for now to go bribe anybody for that thing they happen. But these two they execute so now they be done plan from long they be done sit down they design this also from London. Mother build and do. And so they kind of party take 10 years. After they get for turn the country, it will be one party state. And then for that agenda they will see them go gradually all sit down. And then go to this so America so this so other people so this so now people them be so far for let people them better. And now that you do so, you play your role. You didn't also you tell for sleep. You didn't also you tell for help with for sustain people them. You don't do your role. Waiting our own responsibility. What you for do for let we make sure so change things around. Because me, I look like Sierra Leone, they will get in a parliament, they're like an AI lawyer then. Because like no go school for implementing and they, you know, you go school, you learn, and you go execute anything, you do interpret in a very long way. Even because if you expect that we're not saying that you're not supposed to be so. But it's time for full people because you're not educated, you look people and down. Now say one thing Zakabo. Now make I say this so. When you respect white man, it afraid you. But if you respect black man, I tell them molest you, they always take you like a black man. And that will politician they do to we. And not respect we at all for say, now for we then can for work for now we now the boss. No. You cannot make us with a bank. The post we see they open them up for you. Now the manager now want this to open for you. So you know say he all responsible for work for the people them. But then as Africa, not to the way. You understand me? They ask them, they tell for do the right thing for the people that are country. Then what they do so. You know, for the country be one party state and no any work for the people them. Who they ask do una listen to the people that want una work for the people them. Because tomorrow, if you guess for example, you can apply, you make you guys be 60,000 loans. We left power back now 6,000 a BAM. But if you left you guys 1 million, we left power now 1 million for BAM. You understand me? So that make law pass the law will benefit you and you picking them for tomorrow. Would they ask the parliamentarian and do now? But I'll get a question, Mr. Kagbo. But all let it happen. If you say matter bill will come and reject that particular bill, let's say no. Because the first thing bill don't say, he say let's say one thing. He say matter bill will left for not give us when at the bill. Because you get the agenda, will control the agenda there. Not like APC they wouldn't do nothing. That's that thing. So Kagbo, let's have before I can listen to you. You don't reach that. Be a big.
Yeah, the buzzer don't go off. But I go answer your question as I conclude, because I just want for let people understand waiting na the next step. Because Lamrana gave out that question there, but it's circled back. Oh, it don't be law already. And that talk we say Supreme Court not get nothing else for doing stuff. I go come to that. But again, thank you so much, bro. Let God bless, yeah?
Yeah, God bless my brother. Thank you.
Okay. Well, again, I'll take one more call because I want to finish this analysis. I want to do a second program for talk about this. VOS Network. Hello, caller. What's your name and where you call from, please?
Yeah, this is not concern Sierra Leone again.
Hello, concern Sierra Leone.
While I clarify something for we as well, because a call we talk say 3 of APC members they take excuse, you know, so because of that one they take out the number them and that make the tutor drop, you know. So I don't know if when the members then they take excuse, you know, they can still vote even when the members then they not present, because maybe they fit to say at least if then they pass out in bills now every members for present. But again, the reason waiting that caller waiting the caller self not understand, not get why APC work out. The Speaker of Parliament don't already make it clear to APC. If only them they say now 2/3 them they use, you know, APC for the still stay. But they don't make it clear because I listen to the minority leader in the Parliament, you know, power interview or power program, where say they already don't make and say na 2/3. Sorry, simple majority. And SLPP and the Parliament chief them already they not say they go get simple majority, and then no one be part of it for say then the well of parliamentary then can pass such terrible they're not basically they no one for commit treason just like waiting SLPP they do so now that's not the reason. If only the Speaker of Parliament be make and clear say the voting na 2/3 then they look out for. I'm pretty sure say APC them for be there, because now that's the honorable Abdul Kagbo say, because Mr. B they ask say why they not wait for make them vote if them believe say SLPP not they able forget the 2/3. But he say the speaker be don't make and clear before the voting, before then they even they reach towards that stage. They so them feel to say it not make no sense for let them they now the well of parliament. SLPP then really need for be careful. Now the same thing back again 1965 then can with seditious libel law. At the end of the day they can't use it against them. All kind of terrible law, just like what them they do so now. Even the one party state now they institute them. Now them build the roadmap where Sheikh and Stephen can use them, but they know they learn. You know, I hope say not to history they can try for repeat itself. So although we don't want that, because at the end of the day, now the ordinary man Segepoh suffer. We want the constitution when like a guide to the nation. Let them respect them and let them follow them. Thank you so much. God bless you.
You too, sir. Thank you very much. And that question where you ask about that brother, we say because of people absent, that's a misinterpretation of the law, because section 108. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
I go answer the, just continue for listening. I go answer the question. And so that we brought our first call and say because of other members them be sick, so then deduct from the total. That was wrong. 108 may come specifically. Again, la put them back before I go back, before I talk about 91. So 108. Within 108 say. Again, we need for this now something where now we can't see in future will they play with so. Because just like how the other callers then say, if we make them easier, I make the Supreme Court, this now a test for them. If we make this easier, you change aside from, and even who knows, if that entrenched clause them, they're not go fend way back. And una see the other thing where I want for draw to our attention. President Bionobi talk say is support the tripartite, and one of the major recommendations of the tripartite now for LEC then set up a selection committee where they give names of people that don't go through waiting and go call that preliminary screening, and then send the final list to the president. Let's say 3 members them. 3 individuals them, and so the committee don't go through, then they don't check their resume, then believe say then 3 people are then fit for the position for be the next ECSL boss. What then do? Because it's convenient for the president, because that person there now in get for responsible for conduct any form of referendum in that country day. So meaning, if president wake up now the wrong side of the bed, this now terrible, dangerous path we they take, we they go so. If President Bill don't get the ECSL boss on his side, we now like Trump, if you loyal, you will keep your job. If you're not loyal to me, I will sack you the next day. Just like how Kone be loyal to him. We all know. Not to the people of Sierra Leone, but to President Bill. So if the ECSL boss loyal to President Bill, and now we say the voting now simple majority. Hey, brothers and sisters, the next thing is, then go say, okay, well, that 108, even that 2/3 where the speaker say, oh, now for just entrenched clause, where we reach now that bridge there, then cable flip them, saying the only additional caveat after the voting, now for LEC, then can go to the people through a referendum. And the referendum now, the possible way they organize them, now the ECSL boss. So then Cable, just like how they do for 2023, then Cable give you any kind of number, say majority of Sierra Leoneans them, say yes, for then change the term limit for president. It happened na Guinea. When I see what happened, it happened na Ivory Coast. It began the majority na parliament. So it able for manipulate, in party began the majority, so able for manipulate, and then they change that part of the constitution and do a referendum, fake am, and say yes, the people and say, if I go, therefore take out term limit. So now, Ouattara, it don't even go beyond the 3 terms. And 4th term, they do so. It happened at Uganda and Zimbabwe. They go na that path there. And sadly enough, Ghana, where we they feel say, then democracy very strong. Now that path they go so, begin first one for amend the term, we say 4 years. So now they want for push into 7 years. And people in protest in Ghana for that, against that. So this is not the beginning of big issue in Salone. So if we allow them people there, and the Supreme Court now, they open to us. APC, that start the when we get when I say when they go court, when I want moral guarantor and stuff. Look the mess when I put whipper. If we don't test the Supreme Court and when I take them back to ECOWAS Court rule and on a favor, be enough for even go close safe for ask for be the chairman of the ECOWAS. At all, if laws say like how Anescoma, even where ECOWAS dispute the Supreme Court ruling, but Anescoma is still proceed with the decision, saying it gets constitutional right for sack in vice president. But then they create a taint image, just like I talk about Macky Sall, where begin force. Because it become in a form of coalition, where for let them pull Abdoulaye Wade, he organized with all the other opposition party them. So that's we make them be so strong and kick Abdoulaye Wade. And we come genuinely. He said, no, 7 years too long. Let we reduce down to 5 years. Now, only technicality make in first term it do 7 years. So now I make able for Sidonde do a 7 years because they say that according to the Constitutional Council, they say they be elect term under the provision they for serve 7 year term. But he still insists, say, okay, well, yes, I go serve 7 year my first term, but my second term, we go reduce them to 5 years. So we all be the gladdy for him. So, well, this, a revolutionary leader, he care about the country, he care about him people. But what happen now? After the 5 years done, he want for stay a little bit longer. And then the Constitutional Council say, no, your term done. So we all see the number of people that will die before that man left. And he not only left, he want come back door, come to Parliament, and then create havoc for make sure say he sabotage the president's agenda. But they reject him in party loss. And now he want for seek the highest office, diplomatic office in the world for be UN Secretary General. But it don't burn in bridges. So this are the one in this I get for President Bill. But let we go back to Asabi promise the 91 subsection 1. I go try for because we don't go way too longer than I would expect. But I truly appreciate the call stem. So let me go to section 91, subsection 1, waiting is say, because it's very important for we able to assess waiting is say. Because according to the speaker, it say Nadande sets the tone for it do waiting, it do waiting for based on a ruling. So a base a ruling on that section 91 subsection 1. So let we take a look at me fambulem waiting is say. Now plain English, it just happens say either do not fully understand English or deliberately they want for mislead Sierra Leoneans them. 91 subsection 1 waiting is say except as otherwise provided in this constitution. Now the key that one day, the exception to this general rule, except as otherwise provided in this constitution, any question proposed for decision in Parliament shall be determined by a majority of the votes of the members present and voting. So that we talk about, some people can be sick, so meaning that if only count the one that were present. That's not the general rule, where you go say the default. But when I pay attention to the first line, the first few words them, very important. They say, at a quote, except as otherwise provided in this constitution. So what does this mean? Yes, I agree with the speaker. It means saying that the general rule, and it also will be considered the default rule. So, but the caveat is, this section, it only apply usai no other partner day where they establish a different voting threshold. Because it make it clear, saying if no other sign or day na the constitution will show how for vote, then the only one way una for take now this section 91 subsection 1 as the default. I sure say by English, we all know it in a default. And that is say. So, what do it mean? For ordinary parliamentary questions, a simple majority is sufficient. Like the other act of parliament, as Abida explained before. But this section, section 91, and not go able, like how the speaker they try for read them in isolation, you not go do that. And waiting is say expressly, my brothers and sisters, it recognize the fact say other sections them can able override this general rule. Now that is it. Now that it mean. Now that make this is it make it clear, except as otherwise provided in this constitution. So it give room say other provisions them will specify other type of voting can overrule this one. This one go only take place if other way no they way they specify for vote. What does it mean, Mr. Speaker? So the legal question now, where Boku people can go ask, say, okay, where section 108 provide that exception, it talk about 2/3 majority. So the question now go be 108 versus 91. Who's one for team up? Because 91 don't say the only exception, the only time where una go use me. La putampa plain Creole. This is not to English show. Waiting section 91:1 they say The only time where una go use me, now we order, we no dey, we clarify, or we clearly say na the Constitution out for vote. At that time, they una can use me. But if ways then they or provisions then they na the Constitution we show how for vote for pass law or amend any law by this Constitution, una not for use me. Because me na default. Me na way no nothing else no day. So but I make them say the general rule or the default. So 108 expressly, blatantly, clearly show waiting na the voting pattern for change any part of the Constitution. Section 108 say that. And then section 109, not so in isolation, it complement section 108 and all the other sections them we talk about how for vote. Like that section where they use against liabilities. That section there for supersede section 91. And for override section 91. Now the exception. And he make it clear now, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution. Now the key words then that. So section 108, it's provided in the Constitution. And all the other sections them we say for remove the liabilities we na the audit service boss, the auditor general for pull up the Constitution make and clear. So you forget a 2/3 majority issue out for vote. So that particular clause they override section 91 subsection 1 because but that particular section they make it clear. Say me denaya for administer voting pattern if the clause we una want change or the T we una want do, specify anything else. And section 108, subsection 2B, make it clear. Say any part of this Constitution we una want change. Una forget a 2/3 majority. So apparently now one of the issues then this way that they talk about the drafting. Because automatically if 108 say any part of the Constitution we want change, you forget a 2/3 majority. As a matter of fact, some people then go say, oh well then the speaker right. But when I look at this, what did he say? It just happens to say anybody can interpret it differently. But this section not even talk about a simple majority at all. It just say majority of the people away present and the vote. It not talk about simple majority. So somebody can say, oh well, and not talk about 2/3. And not talk about simple majority. So that's outside the Supreme Court camp. But that's not a different argument. But 108 clearly override that part of the Constitution, that provision there. So me fumble them. I make it very important for let we know say, or let we get them clear. Saying that section 108 at the crucial section that, specifically, subsection 2, paragraph B. And he make it very clear that any constitutional amendment bill shall not be passed unless it is supported at its second and third readings by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the members of parliament. So now we now to that question of saying, okay, well, if 108 don't say any amendment of the Constitution, if we get 2/3 majority, then you go one for ask yourself now, say, okay, well, why 108 they not the picture? I know say go warrant that question there. I mean, why 91-1 they not the Constitution? But remember, you get first reading, you get second reading, you get committee stage, and you get third reading. So the first reading, 108 not talk about Tamo. So meaning the first reading for a pass, the first reading, una can use 91 because expressly stated in 108, say the first reading covered. The same thing for committee stage. So the committee stage, 108 not specify on the committee stage. So then the speaker can use in power now for say, because this is not constitutional matter, we want to make sure say majority of parliamentarians, them super majority of parliamentarians then take part by this process. So in that regard, even the committee stage, we go allow a 2/3 majority vote, super majority. And can get a ruling there. Because the Constitution not specifies, say, in committee stage, during the committee stage, whether they go clause by clause, amendment, and all that stuff, then the speaker can decide. So, if you want for kind of, if you confuse, saying, okay, well, if 108 don't set the premise, don't set the guideline for vote, for change Constitution, so why we get 91 subsection 1? The answer na given so. You can use that day during the first reading. You can use that during the committee stage. But 108 make it clear. Say second reading and third reading when are the final reading before na vote. That vote for B, 2/3 of all members. Do not say members then we they vote and we present and they vote to. That we brother, we talk, say people are absent, so they reduce the denominator. That was a wrong interpretation. And not say 2/3 of members were present. It's a 2/3 of all members. So meaning all 149 members of parliament. So now we don't talk about waiting that interpretation of that particular provision day, because that difference day is very clear. Let we make them very, very clear. So the committee stage, the distinction between the voting during the committee stage, and can do simple majority, and can do 2/3. That's up to the speaker, because it can set it can then rule as to how then for proceed with our vote day. So I hope say that part they clear. So now again the speaker, the minister, let's say the bill for the bill don't become law, don't pass into law. Give ourselves say that, oh now the law. You say APC them then just get for wait now for other reference, but this one the speaker don't rule, it don't become law. No, it not become law yet. So we need to be careful of the languages. So where Parliament pass bill, the president get for sign them. And after where the president don't sign them, then get for publish that bill day. Remember, we talk about the Gazette. Before that bill day go become operational. Yes, where the president don't pass them, it go be law, but it not go be operational. Are two different things, because you need to inform the public and say, we don't do this. Parliament don't pass them, and me, the president, don't sign them. So now we don't inform the public of this. So like what you go say, public notice board. Now that's not the Gazette. So don't paste on there, and now it don't be law. Depending upon whose term the rights now the bill say if will take effect. So the media and gave out all where they talk about, oh, it don't be law now. No, it don't be law it. I just want for correct term, that caveat there. So now, let me go to another point. We're very important because the speaker say, they ask the Supreme Court for an opinion. Remember? So two things. The first thing first, so if you confuse, and that's the show, I don't know if I foresee the, how I go say, the deceit of the speaker. So if you're not too sure and say, I want the people away, the Constitution say now they for interpret the law, the Constitution, basically, let them tell me or let them explain when for use 91(1) subsection 1 and when for use section 108, particularly subsection 2b, when for use them. I mean, you for wait if you understand the interpretation of it, which clearly it should say no understand the interpretation of it, the difference between them two and they. So why seek redress? And then easy, boy. Why adjourn the sitting? Why adjourn after the committee stage, where they come to that crucial point? Why adjourn that? For like you get things right, instead of you put the country in this kind of kuskas, this kind of wahala, when a bad, dangerous precedent. Why you not do that? And now you command, because it come through like command. You see them people there where they don't taste power. They get so arrogantly. Oh, I ask the Supreme Court for their opinion, and then for get their opinion there within 3 months. Seriously? Somebody wanna co-equal. Now you they give that kind of order there. So now let I make it clear to me brothers and sisters, because I know say beaucoup people and go think say way the speaker say so. If it get that privilege there for ask the Supreme Court for their opinion, I want to talk about that a little bit. And Honorable Gevao, he don't say beaucoup wrong things them, but that one way say get concerned about the approach for like the speaker, the step for let the speaker approach the Supreme Court for an opinion. That's concern illegitimate. A legitimate concern. Because the Constitution, I don't see no side where it generally give the speaker that authority there for request advisory opinion whenever constitutional dispute arise, and not get that privilege there at all. So I don't know how he feels safe or get opinion from the Supreme Court, and he kind of, in a way, give them timeline all in 3 months. No. The Constitution, no sign or the way it give you that privilege there. So, me fumble them, I want for show una section 122. Let una understand who that the Constitution give that privilege there for reach out to the Supreme Court for their opinion. I want for show now section 122. So section 122, what did he say? Subsection 1, the Supreme Court shall be the final court of appeal in and for Sierra Leone, and shall have such appellate and other jurisdiction as may be conferred upon it by this Constitution or any other law, provided that notwithstanding any law to the contrary, this are the only person who can give the privilege. The president may refer any petition in which he has to give a final decision to the Supreme Court for a judicial opinion. Do not put speaker there. The only person, according to section 122, the only person will get the privilege for ask the Supreme Court for judicial opinion, now the president. And a day the president supposed for do the right thing now. Before he signed this bill, he need for ask the Supreme Court, saying, before I make my final decision, una advise me. I want to get an opinion if Parliament go through all the necessary steps for let this amendment become law. He make expressly. So where speaker they talk about, oh well, I go send unto the Supreme Court for an opinion and stuff. No, you don't get that. You don't get that authority there. Remember, because the president gets a big stake for signing, and for like it also will get clear indication as to whether or not this will be in the interest of the country. You want to seek the opinion of the Supreme Court. You get that privilege there, but not you. So let us turn to section 104. I think the speaker, I believe if I remember correctly, it talk about, section 104 or something like that. So the section where GIAM limited authority, not on constitutional matters, or I want to let people understand that. But let us show now section 104, and then let una self help me for understand the wetin Parliament can do, or how Parliament can use the court. Let us show now under section 104. So section 104, but the side way relevant na subsection 3. Section 104, subsection 3. Una read the other side them. Within subsection 3 say 104 subsection 3, where there is a doubt as to whether any document as is referred to in subsection 2 is injurious to the public, meaning a public interest, or prejudicial to the scrutiny of the state, the Speaker shall refer the matter to the Supreme Court to determine whether the production or the disclosure of the content of any such document would be injurious to the public interest or prejudicial to the scrutiny of the state. The security of the state. So now let we go to subsection 2 and see the type document them where if the speaker they in doubt whether or not this document it go jeopardize somebody in security or the public security, or it will create any situation whereby for be a concern if they release this kind of document or something like that. Now the only time that the speaker, according to the Constitution, can able to seek the judiciary or the Supreme Court opinion. So within subsection B, 104, subsection 2 say, no public officer shall be required to produce before Parliament any document if the Speaker certifies that the document belongs to a class of documents which will be injurious to the public interest or prejudicial to the security of the state to produce, or disclosure of the content thereof will be injurious to the public interest or prejudicial to the security of the state. So just that. Let's talk about you. If particular document, this document, if they release within the parent documents, then they are not good for the security of the state. The speaker, he can ask, say no, let them not release the documents, then they. So if you're not sure of the type document, and then 10 in day, he go seek the opinion of the Supreme Court. But in this case, it's not applicable. It's not applicable at all. So other people can go to the Supreme Court after we don't rule so. But for say, he go seek the opinion of the Supreme Court. And look the arrogancy panam. Or are they do but in fact, whatever the Supreme Court say, then they go be for other matter, for future reference. Seriously? How arrogant. You call yourself lawyer. And you know, say in democracy, una all na 3 co-equal branches of government. And now blatantly, you they say, what you rule in a final. No court no go interpret you ruling. No, you're wrong. Completely wrong. So 2 ways where you're wrong. 1, you don't get no jurisdiction. You don't get no authority for contact or for ask the Supreme Court of their opinion. You don't get that authority there. Now only the president. And I show now, section 122. And you, the only time where you go ask the Supreme Court for their opinion, and I just don't make it clear, section 104(3). So for like you just think, say you this powerful, that you dare above the law, you don't rule, and nobody no go rule, inquire into it and stuff. No exception there to that. So now the question is, how the Supreme Court go intervene in this whole thing? Because I know say plenty people and go wonder now, say, but wait, if the Supreme Court come hard, if you not go kind of bruise the speaker and ego and stuff. So yes, that's true. The Supreme Court therefore be careful. How did they handle this? So the Supreme Court, again, in order for technically come out and say, oh, I overturn the speaker. No, they're not going to come out like that. So what I'm going to do though, from the research where I do, then get for create what they call hearing. And the people that we go apply, the applicants them, then the court go ask, we then say, okay, well, like KPC, for example, say, okay, well, let the court interpret section 91, subsection 1, and section 108, and all the subsequent sections in this for lay interpreter. So now waiting the Supreme Court go do, again, me people let we go back to the Constitution and on our turn to section 124. So waiting section 124 say, let I pull them up for now. Again, I do all this as evidence because I do extensive research on this. So let we go to section 124. Waiting is say, me fumble them. Because again, the speaker and then give out, in my opinion, instead of they mislead the public. So within section 124 say this section. So section 124, it clearly give the Supreme Court exclusive original jurisdiction over matters involving the interpretation or enforcement of the Constitution. Very clearly. La read and fauna, me fumble them. Waiting he say. Section 124, subsection 1, the Supreme Court shall, save as otherwise provided in section 122 of this Constitution, have original jurisdiction to the exclusion of all other courts. A. In all matters relating to the enforcement or interpretation of any provision of this Constitution. My brothers and sisters, this not contradicting the speaker say, oh, no court, not go inquire into no court, not go interpret in ruling again on the Constitution. That's wrong. So the original court will get the jurisdiction for enforce or interpret any provision of this Constitution, not the Supreme Court. And B, and where any question arises whether an enactment was made in excess of the power conferred upon Parliament or any other authority or person by law or under this Constitution. So if Parliament, they exercise in power pass mark, when an excessive power, guess what? Section 124, 1, subsection paragraph B, make it very clear, saying any question like this now where they before the country, so yes, Supreme Court then get the authority for interpret the Constitution. So my brothers and sisters, as I say, the speaker get it completely wrong. Give out get it wrong. So now, let us go to another section where now section 127. So what did he say? Again, I know say I don't go long, but I really want to exhaust this. So what in 127 say? Me fumble them. This now enforcement of the Constitution. Because when the speaker they say, oh, nobody not going to inquire into in ruling and stuff. Wrong. The court get the power for enforce any sort of a violation of the Constitution. So, within Section 127 say, 127 subsection A, a person who alleges that an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment is inconsistent with or is in contravention of a provision of this Constitution may at any time bring an act in the Supreme Court for a declaration to that effect. So, a very clear. Like the APC, Section 127, they make and say, anybody will feel say Parliament no overstep them bound, then you able to take them to the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court rule on the grounds say it inconsistent with the Constitution, meaning it violate the Constitution. So waiting the court go, how we go frame them then. Now let me ask the question for the people that we get for go to the Supreme Court. How then go frame the case before the Supreme Court? Did Parliament exercise its constitutional amendment power according to the mandate, the mandatory conditions established by Section 108? That question therefore be one of, again, this are again freely based on my research. Simple question before the Supreme Court. Parliament, where they amend the Constitution, it be there in accordance to mandatory condition, meaning the pauper condition, say that condition therefore be satisfied. The condition where Section 108 establish, say 2/3 support, affirmative support, yes support from 2/3 of the members of Parliament for like any constitutional amendment pass. So in this case, if they ask the question that, if the answer is no, Parliament no satisfy that by force condition, say, then forget 2/3 majority vote. So now the other question is, to the speaker argument, Section 91 did not authorize final passage by simple majority. Because if the no adhere to 108, so clearly Section 91 where they say, and not authorize them at all for let them pass the act by simple majority. Section 108 controlled the second and third reading votes. A very clear Section 108. It put on the subsection 2B. Make it very clear. The second and third reading, the voting for second and third reading, it prescribed how to do that. 108 prescribe how to do that. Parliament now adhere to that. And then the required number of affirmative votes was not obtained. Very clearly. So the second and third reading do not get 2/3 majority of all the members of Parliament. So in that case, waiting the Supreme Court go say, after we all this don't be the case, and go say the bill was not duly passed. So the speaker in declaration and not go take any constitutional effect, may fumble them. So there's steps here. Therefore, they're in place. So first, if they violate Section 108, we do not get 2/3 majority, where 91 not sufficient for let them pass that bill there. So the Supreme Court can say the speaker in declaration is not constitutional. And una know what it mean. So you not get for technically say, are they overturn the speaker a ruling? No. I go just ask all them questions here, and APC get, or whoever get for take the case to the Supreme Court, get for prove all them here. And then the Supreme Court go look at the evidence and say, well, given the evidence, given the Constitution, we interpretation go be that the speaker in declaration is not constitutional. So that particular bill no go become law. So now, I'm not saying Boku people and they wonder now, say, okay, well, if the Supreme Court therefore rule that and all that, because again, the speaker points to the privilege, the parliamentary privilege. Let us show una section 94. 2, because some people and they say, oh, nah, 86. No, not to section 86, subsection 2. Now, section 94, subsection 2. So let us show una section 94 and subsection 2, where give out, they say, the speaker gets that privilege, no courts no go inquire in rulings and stuff like that. So I want for sure now that section we talk about that. We deal with the parliamentary privilege and by extension, the speaker in privilege. Say nobody no go sort of overrule them. So again, we need to fully understand all the mechanics here. But I sure say, even though give out say, oh well, APC folks them, the one in at the chamber, they know the practice and stuff, but you can do research. You can do research. So now let us show una the section we talk about the privileges. So now section 94, 1, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament may regulate its own procedure and may in particular mark, amend, and revoke standing orders for the orderly conduct of its own proceedings. If I'm una get that? So now waiting to do na Parliament. Subsection 2. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this Constitution or in any other law contained, no decision, order, or direction of Parliament or any of its committees or the Speaker relating to the rules of procedure of Parliament or to the application or interpretation of such rules, the Constitution that they refer to, or any act done or purporting to have been done by Parliament or by the Speaker under any rule of procedure shall be inquired into by any court. So again, we fumble them. The exception here, whatever then do the procedure in Parliament and stuff, as long as it not contradicts the Constitution, no courts not go inquire into waiting and they do. But if it contradicts the Constitution, clearly, the Supreme Court, if any citizen bring that to their attention, the Supreme Court go enforce the law and or interpret them. So again, where then just they make them in a generic way. Or anything the speaker in ruling or Parliament, no court, no they will go inquire into the action or procedure of Parliament. Yes, that is completely true if the only caveat it not contradict the Constitution. So again, a fumble them. This is very clear. Yes, people and they talk about the Constitution and stuff like that. But section 94 subsection 2 says that court shall not inquire into decisions, orders, or directions relating to parliamentary procedural rules of the speaker's application or interpretation of those rules. So, now the rules, the parliament, like the standing order, SO, whatever it is. So, again, the lawyer them, where they argue, say, oh, the speaker interpretation, nobody not go challenge them and stuff like that. No. So, the only thing, as I say, 108, it make it very clear, saying second reading and third reading, forget 2/3 majority. So now, all the other one, force and committee stage, yes, you can use that section 91(1). You can use them. So, me fambulem, now, the $1 million question. If President Bill not sign them yet, here is, if the president has not yet assented, challengers could seek expedited proceedings and interim orders preventing transmission, assent, gazetting, or implementation until the Supreme Court resolves the dispute. Not talking about Creo, if I'm bulem. This is not way I make for myself. If the president like we know say not sign them yet, so the people them we get for carry this to the Supreme Court, then can ask the Supreme Court for let them take them say and like let them treat it like emergency. So that way they it go save the country from the pain of saying the president don't sign them, it don't become law, and then where the Supreme Court rule and say that law they unconstitutional for pulling away books, then they go put the president in a very bad light. And I make again, I should say, but I believe say the president don't go past this, but I they appeal to him as a Sierra Leonean. For let you show face, please, not sign them yet. The Constitution give you the privilege or the authority for let you seek the Supreme Court's opinion. So if the Supreme Court give you the opinion and say, no, fine, you can sign them, then you know say whoever get for go to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court don't give you get the Supreme Court back or the Supreme Court approval, say they don't give their opinion, because clearly they don't just give their opinion without going through the entire team. Where they all, maybe then go even vote safe if at all they see a little bit of differences among them. Then go ask for vote, and everybody probably go there on the record, and then the Chief Justice go convey that message there and say, okay, well, the Supreme Court meet, and this now we opinion, and then based on that opinion there, if they say no, according to the interpretation of that clause there, 108, then we suppose for go the second and third reading for go through a vote of 2/3 majority. So send them back to Parliament. Let them go do the needful. And that will make President Bill be the hero. We go say yes, he do the right thing. So President Bill get a lifeline here. I know say yes, now he institutes the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, and it be kind of support, say yes, therefore pass the bill and stuff. But clearly, once they're in a situation where the Supreme Court go say no, this, it contravene part of the Constitution, it go against the Constitution, so clearly this not constitutional. So again, me fumble them. So there is another provision or section where the speaker reference section 106. I know say I don't go too deep into this, but I want like Emeka just deal with only this issue tonight. So I want for let me save them on the record. Me fumble them. So the speaker reference is say we Sierra Leoneans them we go read. And he quotes the sections them and at that all Ataifo puts this together. So the mode of exercising legislative power. So that's now section 106. So section 106, what did it say? It say, the power of Parliament to make laws shall be exercised by bills passed by Parliament and signed by the President. So, it will become law where the President sign them. So that way where they talk about, oh, no, it don't become law. Now the law of the land. Give our all say that. Subsection 2, 106 subsection 2 say, subject to the provisions of subsection 8, a bill shall not become law unless it has been duly passed and signed in accordance with this constitution. If humble them, it's very clear. A bill shall not become law unless it has been duly passed and signed in accordance with this constitution. Not in accordance with the speaker interpretation, no, where it make like say when the rule, if even it go against the constitution, if or team up, that's wrong. For any law that country they be law we govern the country. After they don't pass the bill, even ordinary law, not to just the for change part of the constitution, even ordinary law. If them pass law na Parliament, whether law they jive with waiting then at the constitution, it contradicts the constitution, they become law at all. So it only go become law where it pass and then where the president sign them. But even so, if they within the confine of the constitution, if be in accordance with the constitution, according to 106 subsection 2. So me fumble them with all this. Yes, we talk say bad craftsmanship and stuff, but the constitution it give guardrails, me brothers and sisters. So again, the other parts them of this, the other one, subsection 3 say an act signed by the president shall come into operation on the date of its publication in the Gazette or such other date as may be prescribed therein or in any other enactment. So it make it very clear. Give out the president's not sign them yet, they not publish them yet na the Gazette. And why you say it don't become law? And you say you're not a professor. So now the $1 million question, me fumble them, is the part where you go say, okay, what thing will happen now if President Bill sign them before the Supreme Court's then decision? Me fumble them. Again, it's very clear. Something we're not constitutional, we go against the constitution. Even if the president sign them, it not still make a right. I want let people understand that. For say, the president go rush for sign them and stuff. I know say Salone, the judges them, maybe they go afraid because of the way how that country they don't day. But if the Supreme Court handle them the way how they're supposed for handle them, my brothers and sisters, it no matter if President Bill sign them, as long as it not follow the method where the Constitution prescribe, it go still considered unconstitutional. So now it make for avoid that kind of embarrassment day, the president not for sign them. If for seek force the opinion of the Supreme Court. So that way he save himself, he save the country. Because the president, he not going to change the vote. He just they sign and say, okay, well, it don't become law from the Tewa sign them and we then publish another Gazette. So it don't matter. If he sign them or he not sign them, if it go against the Constitution, it's still not going to be legally binding. And not go dinner with books. So the resulting act could be challenged under sections 124 and 127 as shown at that. Saying, for like any bill becomes law, if it pass through Parliament, yes, the president sign them, but even within 2 then they present, if it still be in accordance with the Constitution, my brothers and sisters. So in this case, if the president don't sign them, the Supreme Court could declare the entire act invalid, or if the provisions are legally separable, invalidate only the portion affected by the constitutional defect. So the Supreme Court get the legal right, my brothers and sisters. I don't read for the sections then. We give the Supreme Court the right for enforce the Constitution. Not just for interpret them, but even for enforce them. Say, no, this law will not pass so in all what because it get old, it get problem. So again, it act for say, okay, well, let us look at certain areas of the act where you go say, well, maybe then they pass, then they not pass. No, it come to Parliament as one unit. The Act, Constitutional Amendment Act of 2025. That's so they name the bill. Why they name and so, I don't know. But my brothers and sisters, let's recap, okay? Because I don't go too long. For like we all, before I do that, my brothers and sisters, one thing I want to make very clear, okay, is that this is not something very unique to Salone, but the safeguards of Constitution is supposed to be this principal thing in Africa if one let Africa go before. Like how I be saying earlier on, we don't see him na Guinea any cause for let the military take over. We see him na Ivory Coast, Alassane Ouattara, na they do in 4th term. We see him na Uganda. And we see him na plenty other places. We see him na Egypt. And Zimbabwe. They said they lean to that path there, which is wrong. So again, let I just make a little bit of comparison African-wide, okay? So I don't talk about Ghana. So Ghana then gets both entrenched and non-entrenched clauses. So the entrenched one will go through referendum similar to Salone. And Kenya now, of course, we don't see the Supreme Court don't overturn the presidential election. We see that in Malawi as well. And South Africa, of course, them in terms of any constitutional amendment, generally, you require at least 2/3 support. And also, then get some way, in addition to that 2/3, some values then they, or some provisions then they, will even go further and say then forget 75%. And where then they go considered 3/4, more than 2/3 of the National Assembly. And Zambia, they said we do some reform, amendment and all that. But I go encourage, because of time don't beat me, I go encourage una for like, una go through the sister program where we thoroughly talk about this issue on the BAV, the Bold African Voice Network, and on a just go on a YouTube or Facebook, on a go able for listen to them. So let's wrap this whole discussion and ask the question, because some people then go on for look at partisan issue and stuff, or APC, SLPP, enough for be about them. So the question now, who that go benefit and who that go be at the cost of waiting they happen so? Like one of who callers them say, and again, just quickly show now this. And as one of the issues them. So the head of civil society organization, to him, he said the amendments now victory for Salone. Ebo, they still get all over it. We're now with the sick, the opinion of the declaration of the ruling of the Supreme Court. Now they say this na victory for Salone. This still way go carry Salone bien. Go undo most of the democratic benefits they don't see. Because if we allow this for pass, other party go kind of power. And SF change for fit themselves. So waiting SLPP at that time go say, where then go they now opposition. So it's not good for the country at all, me brother. So now, the other things them, supporters say the proposed reforms could create a clear electoral system, reduce the presidential threshold to 50% plus one, strengthen proportional representation, increase women's political participation, and widen opportunities for Sierra Leoneans with dual citizens. Again, I be don't make it clear, my brothers and sisters. Things then they were good by this. No question about that. Like that dual people with dual nationality, I commend that. And forgive them more quota, I commend that. And other things them I commend that. But the PI system, so una they shove the PI system at the throat of people them, Salone people them. But yet this same PI system una sell them to people them 2023. Almost all the things they will una say about the PI system not be true. So why in God's name una not wait till una get the trust and confidence of the people them? Una say, oh Lord, we go and back. Let we do and back. Even though it even worse than waiting there before 2023. 2018 elections, people get 4 parties them na parliament. APC, SLPP, C4C, and GC. The PR, una seldom say we go even get more than 4 political parties them na parliament because of the structure of PR. What's happen? Una do una yuki dabaru and all kind nonsense. We end up with just APC and SLPP. So now tell me, with that kind of practical, empirical exercise day, how Salone people and go trust una again say PR go better for them instead of for una. Like this kind of una they do so. Una rig una way, forget the majority, and now because una believe say the other side no go support una they try now for finger the Constitution and interpret them in a way that Salone could really be worse off. So my brothers and sisters, to the supporters them, waiting they happen so, SLPP not go do it forever. So again, I say I go talk about the way forward, my brothers and sisters. 4 possibilities in here. The first option or the first scenario, let we be transparent and let Parliament publish the official voting record. So, you know, we'll say yay, nay, like I say, that committee stage, that's okay. But when it comes to the true vote, the second and third reading specifically, yea, nay, not able for no, if not 2/3 majority. And plus, the parliamentarians then get constitutional right. Because now sensitive issue, you forgive them the right for let it be secret ballot. Because vote of their nature, yeah, for be secret ballot, not to a nay. Because if you don't even agree with waiting they go on, so you're an SLPP member, it go difficult for let you say nay. Forgive no vote by voice. It go difficult. So if really they want to be transparent and genuine with this process in the first place, even among the SLPP supporters, parliamentarians, them, it will be secret ballot. So they're not going to know who that vote no among the SLPP folks there. So, but again, you use voice and say the A's have it and stuff. That's something where definitely they manipulate. Very manipulating. And the second scenario where a correction. So if the threshold when a 2/3 majority, Parliament not do am, so all them go do is let them go back and do another proper recorded vote and seek the required support. That's, I know say it go dent the speaker in mojo, but it's all about getting it right. So the third scenario, where a litigation, meaning then go court to the Supreme Court. So somebody were competent enough, apply, bring all the original constitutional action before the Supreme Court, and then let the Supreme Court decide three sections then, we then get the answer. So the relationship among section 91, 94, and 108. And then 3 sections, then they no more Supreme Courts need for look into. And then they go able for get the answer for the ruling. The fourth scenario will go be prolonged political confrontation. Government proceed, opposition APC they refuse for recognize the amendment, and the dispute becomes part of the struggle over the 2028 elections. I don't feel say anybody go like that scenario day. But it's Alex say that scenario day the government want. Oh, don't pass them. And then they just like the nonsense we'll see after that 2023 election. Where sadly enough APC then take the bait, tripartite. And now the simple things then where they agree upon, they're not able to implement them. So now me forward-looking approach that, me fumble them. And I have to use this opportunity for say plenty thank you to una all. And I hope say we don't try to answer the question if the Supreme Court can able invalidate the speaker in declaration. And my simple answer from the research where I do is yes. The Supreme Court, because now then the Constitution give the right for interpret the Constitution and enforce them. So definitely able for say the speaker in declaration in all water. So now the other thing though, the clause 108, it talk about 2/3. And the number where all the parliamentarians them are 149. So 2/3 of that will be 99.333. But you get for round them up because we not get 0.3%. So we get one person per vote or so. So it get for beyond it. So if at that section 108 subsection 2b say, then clearly the Supreme Court go look into that matter as well. So the other thing I want for really left with as a Sierra Leonean, this now on my own behalf, I want to advise the government for ease, like, again, let them simply publish the official record and remove every reasonable doubt. So Eti gave out, get your own statistics and stuff, let them release all the record. Let people then get confidence, say yes, this law passed the right way. And the advice where I go equally give to the opposition, APC, this time around, I know say Givao and the other folks them where they go all over the place. I don't know if it's intimidation tactics or something. But when I not drag way again to tripartite nonsense, another agreement here and there and stuff. On a need for seek peaceful, legal redress with evidence. Una not tell we say like how una they talk about the RR form and say, oh, we get them, now APC win, but yet una not able to provide them. Una not carry the country to that nonsense again. My advice to the judiciary, me fumble them. This na matter we very important, and the independence of the judiciary is na key. So as a result of that, therefore make sure say this process is transparent and you not get any political favor. Like they're not afraid of favor any political party because na Salone future. And then the answer. And I'll turn to me Salone people them. Waiting on me advice to all Salone people them. Let we not allow this constitutional disagreement for let turn to ethnic, regional, or even violent confrontation. I know say if we continue for open the phone lines, you for probably get different opinion from supporters of SLPP and different opinion from supporters of APC. Let me not allow that. Because today, where I take me time so for go through all the process and for let we understand say, today, it will be against the opposition, APC. But if constitutional safeguard no day, we go defend me and you tomorrow. Other party go come, APC go come na power. And then you, when a SLPP somebody, supporter now, you go there at the mercy. And we all know say human nature, we not forget past mark power. When we get past mark power, we can always abuse her. So let we think about that. Say today, it will be SLPP. Tomorrow, it can be APC. And this thing where they go through so, it bigger than APC, it bigger than SLPP. This is not about the country. Let we put the country first, my brothers and sisters. And now to the speaker. Salone big pass you. Again, the Constitution, they under the Constitution. They're above the Constitution of the law, the supreme law of the land. Any ruling where you're not sure of, make sure say, at least, if, like I say, constitutionally, get the authority for consult the Supreme Court. But you get other people them where you can able for seek advice from. I don't know if you do that, and then you end up for still come up with this nonsense. But yeah, realize say the country big pass you. Realize say the Constitution a big pass you. So the Constitution na aim suppose for protect we all. So if we begin turn and like how una return the ACC as we don't see how una use the ACC as football, if una this Constitution way we all hope for. Say no, the Constitution protect me right. The Constitution prevent this. Constitution give this kind a restriction or the guardrails. If we pull that one day, even the judges themselves, where they talk case, a politician will just call a judge or magistrate, oh, again, yes, for that case day, sentence unto how many years? If that judge or magistrate not get that independence and not get something we protect them, when I think about two sides Salone will go, it will be a complete mess that our country day. So now then I go left on our with. Again, the question we are asked tonight, me fambulem, yes, I don't do about 4 hours. And it deliberate because it's a very important issue this. And I don't mix it with any other issue at all. So the question we will ask tonight is simple. The Speaker versus the Supreme Court. Would I get the final say? And I sure say I'm going to know the answer by now. It's very simple. The answer is that the Supreme Court that then get the power for enforce and interpret the Constitution. So the Speaker not get that power there. With this, I for say boku thank you. By God's week next week, because time don't bet we bad one. Next week, by God in power, I go show una the list of the people them we recently don't donate, and then I go also send the list of at least 2 potential beneficiaries of we program where I go send to the donors them, and I go publish their names publicly, but the donors them I feel say then get the privilege for know that. And also I go send to na Sister John the donors them Sister John in a result a promote and then promote them go to the I think SS now, but I go send on to na Leonas FC, and I for say boku thank you to na all for una join we, and let God continue for bless and cherish protect that country they will all cherish until I see una next Thursday. Me na Abdul Karim Kagbo, they say thank you and una tata. Let God bless we all, and let God bless Mama Salone.
So that we go live till tomorrow when we die. But now you see things they done they change. Power struggle, don't